Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good night, whatever it is where you're at. Today is going to be all about triangles because triangles are fun. We like triangles. So Alex O'Connor made a video, and in part of his video was a challenge to find the triangle in his brain. Is this a dumb question? Is it a fallacious question? Does it assume things that physicalists believe? And then he will say, well, physicalists can't find the triangle, therefore the physicalism is wrong. Is that what's going on here with this video, with his challenge? Or is he just kind of asking a rhetorical question to kind of point something out about the hard problem of consciousness? So we're going to play the video a little bit and talk about it. And I've got my guest here, Alex K. How's it going, Alex? You are muted. The greater mind has muted.
Yo, what's up, dude? Yeah, I just want to say about the triangle thing. I think that, and we'll probably get more into this as we work our way through the video. But I think what it's designed to do is force a choice. It's designed to get you to actually think about your view. And I think that it ends up in a trilemma, right? You kind of have one of three choices, but maybe I won't go into too much detail because nobody has any context yet.
Right.
Maybe I'll save that for after we hear Alex O'Connor.
Okay. I'll play his video and get this stuff going. So let me start here.
Anybody, tell me where this triangle is. I'm getting quite desperate. 50, it's not the same thing, is it? It might cause it. And of course, in this case, we understand that goes along with...
I started with the wrong damn video. Hold on.
No, that's the 9-minute one.
Hold on a
I think that's the right one.
Yeah, that was because we're going to also play where the neuroscientists and philosophers kind of respond to it. And so that's what that video actually was. So I actually picked the wrong damn one.
Oh, okay. So you want his original?
Yeah, from his channel. There it is. Alex O'Connor's Triangle Challenge, Philosophers and Scientists. Wrong one again. Do I even have it up? What in the world? There it is. So it's called Triangles. Okay, here it is. Getting owned by somebody. I thought that was...
Yeah, that's the one, I think. I think that's the one. Yeah.
Okay, so let me go ahead and share this crap. Yeah, getting owned by God logic and other things. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get this party started. Triangles, fun.
Reconsciousness isn't the line, if you were to open my brain, you wouldn't see the triangle I'd visualized with my eyes closed, essentially operating on similar conditions as if I smash open my phone, I wouldn't see YouTube lurking inside. Don't we agree that YouTube and Instagram aren't operating outside the physical realm in some spiritual space? We recognize that these are emergent from physical components. Why do we accept consciousness? It's a great question. And what we're getting at here is the concept of emergence, like you say, the idea that consciousness is something which just comes about when you put physical materials together in the right kind of way, in a way that maybe we don't fully understand. It kind of grows out of this arrangement of matter. And the first thought that people might have to that is, that doesn't make very much sense. How could we put a bunch of atoms together and get something like the experience of fear? That just doesn't seem to add up. But, a lot of people say this is easy. This is just like what's happening with a computer. A computer is just a series of zeros and ones in a box, right? And then you plug it into a screen and it shows you a pretty image. You're looking at a pretty image right now of my face. And this is something which has emerged from zeros and ones inside of your phone or your computer. You're not actually looking at my face right now. You're looking at zeros and ones. But you're not literally looking at zeros and ones, right? You're looking at something which kind of grows out of it. And so I often ask people, if consciousness is just material, if consciousness is just, whatever's in your brain, then when I close my eyes, and picture a triangle, and it's like right there, I can see it. There are true facts about it. It doesn't have four sides, for example. So it's like a thing in some regard. I kind of want to ask, like, where is that triangle? And the materialist might say, the triangle's in your head. It's just, brain activity. And so I always ask people, well, if I opened up the brain, would I find like a triangle in there?
All right. So this is the part where the question is called fallacious by a lot of materialists. So I want to get, first of all, just talk about how Alex set this whole thing up. Hey, Mr. Biscuit Speaks. Nice to see you, brother.
What's good, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. So I guess you popped in midway through playing the video, but I guess you get the point. What are your thoughts about what Alex is talking about so far and the question he asked?
I really was just kind of settling in. I would need it to be paraphrased or repeated.
Okay. Alex K, go ahead and paraphrase, and then we'll let Mr. Biscuit respond.
Yeah, so in the beginning of the video, he was just saying something along the lines of, look, the materialist belief is just that, these feelings, these thoughts, this consciousness that you experience is explainable via material processes. It's just like neurons in the brain. And so his response to that, his response question to that or challenge to that is, well, if it's just my brain, then when I'm imagining a red triangle, could you like open up my brain and like find a red triangle? And that's kind of where he paused it. So do you have, I was just going to say, what I would say Alex is doing here is he's actually applying a Leibniz critique, right? So it's a critique based on Leibniz's law, or otherwise known as the indiscernibility of identicals. And basically it just says look, if the red triangle I'm imagining is just identical to some neural process, then every property of the red triangle must also be identical to every property of like the neural processes. So right. I actually don't think this is naive at all. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems to be a case kind of in favor of what idealists would assume, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I mean, I don't know if I think I've seen recently that Alex O'Connor is really into what Philip Goff has been talking about. He was a little bit more hesitant with his discussion with Bernardo Kastrup, but I definitely think that he. I'd be surprised to hear that Alex is still a materialist. Is that the vibe you get?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, he's quoted as also saying materialism is the most confused philosophy in history.
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that he's left that view behind.
Okay, yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm tracking so far.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave, how you doing, sir?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing great. Yes, this is going to be a fun show.
Good, good. Any thoughts so far?
Well, personally, I don't see any reason why not. I don't understand how we construct images in our mind, but I don't see any reason why we can't think of what we think is perfect. I do think that there's a lot I don't know in this field, in this area. I just don't know anything. But that I want to listen, that's for sure.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So we'll keep on with the video, and then we'll address some of the questions that are coming through the live chat a little later on. And then one of our folks here, Joel, had a question, and I promised him I would address it as well. So anyways, let's keep on with this one.
And it's not a sort of perfectly philosophically designed question, but it gets across what I'm trying to say, which is that it seems weird to suggest that the triangle I'm talking about is literally the same thing as the neurons firing. So why can't we just say, like, look, here's a triangle. It's on screen. At least it is if my editor, Alex, is doing his job. And you could ask, where is that triangle? Well, it's kind of, it's in the computer, I suppose. It's like in the phone that you're looking at this picture on, or on the computer or whatever. But the computer's just zeros and ones. So the triangle has emerged from zeros and ones, and that's all consciousness is doing. And the same is true of YouTube, Instagram. These things are sort of presenting themselves as emergent properties of more zeros and ones. But to me, this just doesn't work as an analogy, because the thing that's weird about the triangle is that there's no screen on which it's being presented. It's as if you had a computer that wasn't plugged into a screen, and yet still there was somehow, in some sense, a triangle. Like,
would you mind
not
pausing
in
it
the
there?
computer, right? Because
Yep, go right ahead.
I think a lot of idealists would stop him right there and contend that there is a screen of perception upon which, you know, things, whether those are physical objects, mental objects, sensory objects, there's a screen upon which we perceive those things, almost as if, you know, like in order to notice that the clouds are moving, there has to be a still background, right? And so, you know, when he says, you know, well, what we're seeing, there isn't really a screen there. There's just kind of these things. Do you guys, are you tracking that, or am I missing it?
Yeah, I'm tracking what you're saying. I think that what he's saying is that if you're going to be a materialist, it seems weird to say that there are images with no screen. Like, because the brain would be an example, like, because like what he was comparing it to is when people use computer as an analogy. Like, oh yeah, you know, TikTok is not actually like in the transistors. My dog's messing with my light. It is what was I saying? It's on the screen. And so basically saying, like, if you take the screen away from a computer, it no longer makes sense to say that the triangle exists in some form in the computer. And so the brain would be like a computer without a screen. And if you're a materialist, it doesn't make much sense. At least that's the point I think he's trying to make.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like there's awareness, and then there's the things that you're aware of. Like, we can parse those concepts out, right? Like, you know, if I'm aware of that triangle, my awareness isn't a triangle.
Yeah, and I guess Alex would be better at kind of coming up with an internal critique, having, you know, maybe having taken materialism seriously enough in the past. I've been an idealist for such a long amount of time that sometimes it's difficult to even get in the mindset that's necessary to do a proper internal critique. So I'm
makes
excited.
sense.
Yeah.
The computer's just zeros and ones, not projected on a screen for somebody else to come and look at, but just somehow present there. But if it's not in the sort of physical makeup, if the triangle isn't in the computer chip or something, and there's also no computer screen, so there's no triangle on the computer screen, where would that triangle be? Where could that triangle be? Like, you are just closing your eyes and the triangle is just presenting itself right there to you. You know, there is no screen that it's plugged into. So I don't think it's a suitable analogy. And there is also a kind of wider problem with this that I think people don't pay attention to, which is that when we have this problem of consciousness, well, how do we get conscious experience, which seems kind of immaterial? I mean, you know, that triangle in your head, how much does it weigh? Seems like a weird question to ask. But, you know, we're materialists. You know, we believe that the world is made out of stuff. So how do we square this? And people just say, yeah, consciousness is emergent of the brain. And then they give an example. They're like, oh, it's just like, you know, an image on a screen emerging from the computer, or it's just like temperature emerging from atoms. I mean, think about the fact that individual atoms are not hot or cold, but if you put them together and they vibrate in a particular way, you get this emergent property of heat, of temperature. Another example is the wetness of water. Individual molecules of water are not wet, but if you put them all together, you get this emergent quality of wetness. And so people don't tend to actually explain like how this process of emergence is supposed to work, in particular with regards to consciousness. But just say, well, it must be a bit like these other things, which...
Right.
I was going to ask, is this I know that he had a conversation with Michael Levin about emergence, and I haven't watched it. I really want to watch it. I'd love to watch it with you guys too. But you know, I hear a lot of appeals from materialists to strong emergence, and they typically don't use strong. They just say emergence, right? To kind of mix it in with the weak emergence that we're all familiar with and that we all should trust. So when Alex says the, you know, wetness emerges from water molecules, that's weak emergence. That can be simulated. Like we can trust that. But when scientists appeal to strong emergence, it's just like, it's almost like a bookmark. It's like you're not really saying anything other than, we hope that in the future we can have, access to how this is weakly emergent, right?
Yeah. I think it's useful. I think that's really good what you just said. I think it's also useful to delineate the difference between what is strong emergence and what is weak emergence. So in the philosophy of like science, I think it's philosophy of science, weak emergence is understood as a novel emergent property that is logically deducible from the constituent parts. And all I mean to say by that is that you can take the parts and you can see how deductively, like mathematically maybe, those parts become that property that you're calling novel, right? Like there's no logical leap or anything. You can just see how this becomes that very plainly. Strong emergence would be an instance of an emergent property, some novel property that's not logically deducible from the constituent parts. So meaning it's not reducible to them either. You can't really see exactly how that property emerges. Another way of looking at it is weak emergence is like 1 + 1 = 2. Strong emergence is 1 + 1 = 3. And so I don't think that many people like understand this distinction when they talk about emergence, because like I would highly contend that if consciousness is emergent, it would be an instance of strong emergence. And we just have no other examples of this. And I don't think there's any reason to take that view seriously.
I think that that's really well put. And not only that, but I think, like Sam Harris would take it a step further and say that it's that the properties of matter are not
conducive.
Or consciousness is not deducible even in principle,
right,
from the properties of matter. So it's not as if strong emergence is even a relevant or reasonable hope. Like Sam Harris says imagine he says beer and watermelon. And a tornado whips through a field full of beer and watermelon and makes consciousness. It's always going to seem like that kind of magic from the perspective of materialism.
Sam Harris goes, and that was on that Know Thyself podcast. He goes saying that consciousness emerges from brain activity is like, and mind you, this is a neuroscientist and a philosopher saying this. So saying that consciousness emerges from brain activity is like getting a bunch of beer and watermelons in a trailer park and saying when the wind blows at just the right speed, that whole trailer park is conscious now. He goes, I just can't fathom how this could be true. And he goes, nonetheless, I'm still a materialist. I'm like, bro, what do you mean? Like, what? It's insanity, but I like Sam Harris though.
Me too, but
I like him.
Yeah, I do too. And I like that he says that, magic, by saying it's magic, it doesn't mean that it couldn't have happened. Maybe we live in a universe where magic is
things
just
are magical.
But we should try our best to exhaust all of the explanations which don't utilize magical thinking.
And that's sure.
Exactly. That's funny. And then I wanted to make sure I responded to this while we were on the topic. Joel asks, who decides what emergence is strong and what is weak? It seems objective.
Seems subjective. It has everything to do with the deducibility. So deduction is like a tool that we can use to understand reality, right? So the idea is that given all of the underlying facts, can you see how these facts logically guarantee these facts? If the answer is yes, then it's deducible. If the answer is no, then it's not deducible. I mean, it's as subjective as anything else. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, in that case, everything is kind of subjective, anyways.
Don't seem to be a mystery to us. But here's the thing that no one seems to notice: all of those other examples of emergence that we're comparing consciousness to presuppose the existence of consciousness and rely upon conscious experiences. So take the computer, for example. Yeah, there's a triangle on the screen which emerges from the computer, as long as there's someone to see the triangle, right? Like it's something that presents itself to a viewer. You're looking at the triangle. Okay, what about temperature? Well, you've got a bunch of atoms that are vibrating, and none of those individual atoms have this thing called temperature. But if you put them together, what do you get? Well, if you take any conscious experience out of the equation, you've just got a big physical object that's vibrating at a particular rate, or at least its atoms are vibrating at a particular rate. Okay, so, what's interesting about that? Well, the thing that's interesting is there's this other quality that emerges called temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's temperature? If you just define temperature as like the average atomic vibration across a particular, space or something, then nothing emerges because, like individual atoms have an average vibration over a particular space.
Can I say something?
No, but there's this extra thing.
This doesn't necessarily pertain to his argument, but one of the things I love about Alex O'Connor and will always appreciate about him is that bullets fly in every direction. Like everybody can catch it. You know what I'm saying? Like he and so for that reason, it just, I don't know, it makes his argument so much more impressive and persuasive to me because it doesn't seem like he has a chip on his shoulder in any direction. So he's an atheist. I'm not an atheist, but it's like I just feel like he's so good at the cooperative principle and the way that he communicates.
Yeah, I would say that the fact that he's not like sort of dogmatically committed to any view in particular makes his arguments carry more weight.
For sure.
Because he's willing to kind of go in any direction. He's really appears to be like following the rational chain of thought rather than some presuppose, you know what I mean? Something like that. But I do want to also comment on what he's trying to say right here. Because I think it's really interesting. In the case of like temperature as an emergent property, that is what temperature is. It is a measurement of the average motion, call it molecular or atomic or whatever you want to call it, the average molecular motion in a designated area. And we call this temperature, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, right, we've just made a reification, and then we try to act like that reification, that measurement, that concept that is real now.
Right.
When in reality, there just are the stuff doing the stuff. And then when we measure it and hold it in just the right light, it seems new and interesting to us because we can take that model and make predictions with it. But it's not something that's actually new. It's something that we're just magnifying beyond what it actually is.
See, but would those particles, I guess heated particles move faster and colder, objects have particles that are moving at a slower speed or whatever. And would we call that temperature if it weren't for the qualitative? Because calling our interest in temperature at all is completely, it seems to me, predicated on our experiences confronting different temperatures. And so would there still be temperature, right, without qualitative states? Or would it just be, molecules and momentum?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any science without qualitative states. So, I think that we get to these so-called primary qualities like temperature through the secondary qualities of experience. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think everything is based on a measurement of some qualitative experience, including temperature.
Yeah, inferences all happening within an experience. So, in all science is inference, really.
It's the experience that you have when you touch a hot thing. It's a thing called heat. It's a thing called cold. And those things, they're not there in the sort of atomic makeup of the thing that we're looking at, but they're also phenomenological. They're ways in which we interact with objects. Like, think of that computer, right? Okay, I'm going to put a triangle, or Alex is going to put a triangle again on the screen, right? So you're looking at a triangle right now. You're not really. You're looking at kind of photons that have been emitted from a screen. You're looking at like wavelengths of light that are hitting your eye and being converted and translated into this image of a triangle. Okay, cool. So if you weren't there to look at the triangle, those wavelengths and those photons would still kind of be there, but I could describe everything that's there in scientific terms. I could just use physics. I could talk about the electricity of the device. I could talk about the way that screens work. I could talk about the emission of photons into the air and all of that kind of stuff. The thing that makes it interesting is that your brain is interpreting that as a triangle. And when it does that, there's this like new thing that's emerged that can't just be explained in terms of zeros and ones and the sort of atomic structure of electric devices and photons being emitted from screens and stuff.
Pause it once more.
But the interesting thing that can't...
Maybe one of the issues is that Alex takes the emergence of consciousness and the emergence of mind as synonymous. And that's one thing that I kind of wanted to ask both of you too, because I think that a phenomenologist like Rupert Spira would separate consciousness from mind, right? Because I think that the triangle that we're seeing is a transjective state of affairs, meaning that the triangle is not subjectively there, meaning I can't change that triangle into a square just by thinking about it. It isn't objectively there because my eyes are participating in foregrounding the black triangle and backgrounding the white, background, and so it's transjective. It transcends the subject-object distinction, and so there isn't a triangle that's there without our perception.
Yeah, I think that is what he's trying to point out here with this entire video. It seems like what he's trying to say is that like overarchingly is that saying that the mind is an emergent property is not really a sufficient explanation, because when we look at actual emergent properties, they're disanalogous whenever you remove mind from those pictures. So in other words, when you take the mind away from the screen, there's no actual triangle. The triangle is not emerging from the screen. The magic is still happening at the level of the observer, so to speak. And this is a little bit different from what you were saying, Mr. Biscuit. But I think his overarching point is just that, look, we reify things in such a way, and then we use those reified examples as analogous to the consciousness conversation, but really we're just using mind to explain mind, and it becomes circular and vacuous.
Yeah.
And it gets conflated and confused because, like, to answer your question, like I see the mind is object-like. So the mind is kind of like what we have because it consists of thoughts, images, memories, concepts, feelings, things like that. And they come and go. Like Rupert Spira always talks about, they're finite. They come and go. Whereas consciousness is what we are because it is the constant condition in which all those things kind of appear in,
Yeah,
Right.
I guess a good distinction is that when I guess the distinction that Spiro would make is like mind is the kind of finite perspective, whereas consciousness is what that finite perspective is appearing in, or something like this, maybe.
Yeah, the infinite mind versus
Guys,
the finite mind. Yeah.
Someone in my chat says this has never been a good argument. I guess we're referring to something Alex said. It's a fallacy, an argument from ignorance. We don't even know enough about consciousness to talk about how and why it emerges, so we can't really say. This is something that I disagree with, but I'm malleable on this, and I wanted to toss this one to you guys too. The idea that I've never been impressed by the idea that consciousness is complicated. I think that we know just as much about consciousness as a housefly, because we confuse ourselves by trying to have the thing we are, and it's a modal confusion. We confuse the being mode with the having mode. There's lots of things we can have. I can have my cell phone. I can have a good conversation. I can have an interesting thought, but I cannot have consciousness. Consciousness is what I am, just like you said properly, Scott. I agree with you completely. And so I think that consciousness only seems complicated insofar as we attempt to have it as opposed to be it. And so, so many people have tried to cut consciousness in half, and it's like, look at the correlation between mental states and brain states and corpus callosotomies and all that crazy stuff. But what do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree. That's a really good point. I think it is ultimately simple, but it gets overcomplicated for the reason that you brought up, and another reason too, which is that it gets conflated with intelligence. I think that when we talk about consciousness, people automatically just, without even realizing it, conflate that with intelligence, and that makes it seem complicated, because I would say that intelligence is correlated to complexity or complex physical systems, but that's not necessarily the case for consciousness. And I don't think there's any reason to think that I don't just have direct access to what it actually is, and what that is very simple.
Yeah, and it's so simple that it's ineffable. And a lot of people think that if something can't be described in words, it means we lack some kind of understanding and everything like that. But that's just the limitation of language. I think consciousness is something more intimately than anything else. You can't even describe, like, looking at these icons in front of you, like looking at it, you can't really describe how that makes you feel. You can talk about it the best you can, and hopefully someone will understand somewhat what you're talking about, but that's all based on their experiences, their past experiences. Like, it's hard to tell a blind person what it's like to see a sunset. It's like, if it's not part of your experience, no words are really going to capture first person subjective experience. So that's part of it right there.
Yeah, and it's not even just the limitations of language, it's the limitations of something being absolutely fundamental. Look, when we say that something is fundamental, this means that it cannot be broken down into any more simple piece or any smaller piece. It cannot be explained in terms of something else. And that's just the cold, hard truth of the matter. And so trying to explain it when it cannot be explained in terms of anything else is just going to lead to confusion.
Right.
I like it.
Absolutely. Let's keep going.
Can't be described in those terms. The thing that's actually emerged, in other words, that's like different from the fundamental stuff, is an experience. It's you seeing the triangle. So yeah, imagine like you just had a computer that was not plugged into a screen, and I told you, there's a triangle in that computer. And you said, what do you mean? I don't mean like, oh, there's some data on the computer. There's like a hard drive, which if you plug it in, there's some information that will represent itself as a triangle on a screen. I mean, like right now, there is, in some real sense, like a triangle with 3 sides in that computer. It'd kind of be like, what do you mean? You might say, oh, I think I see what you're saying. You're telling me that there are zeros and ones on this computer, which when plugged into a screen will produce this image of a triangle on the screen, right? And I say, no. The triangle itself is just like there in the computer. That would just be a really strange thing to say. And
that's like the Zoolander scene where the guy said, I'm trying to get the file out of this computer.
Oh,
he's trying to break the computer. But yeah, I don't know if materialists really think that. I mean, I don't think anybody in their right mind would really expect to see that, but I think he's just making a point.
He's making a point, and the point is this, bro, to put it really simple. He's saying that, look, what's in the computer is transistors. Okay. Those transistors do whatever they do, and that activity leads to an electrical signal going to a monitor. That electrical signal is then converted into different wavelengths of light being emitted from the pixels on the screen, right? Or however you're supposed to technically say that. And then our mind, you could say our brain, our eyes, whatever you want to say. I prefer to say our mind interprets that set of conditions as a triangle. There's no triangle on the screen. There's no blackness. There's no whiteness. There's no color. There's no shape. There is only, according to materialism now, there is only, wavelengths of photons, which are not in themselves colorful or contrasted in any qualitative way. And so once you remove the mind from that picture, you understand that the only thing that's left over are just the wavelengths of photons. Everything now is totally and fully reducible to transistors. It's all third person describable. And so when we use the example of a computer to explain the mind, we're actually inadvertently baking naive realism into the example, relying on mind to explain mind. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, because the mind isn't the same as code that gets represented on a monitor, because code is just a representation that requires an observer, whereas the mind includes the observer itself. Like there's nothing the monitor is doing that's observing anything. It's just displaying it for us. Yeah, it's kind of a fallacy.
The thing to understand here is that there's no triangle on the screen. There's a even when you're saying I'm looking at a screen and there's a triangle on the screen, according to materialism, there is no triangle on the screen. There's a triangle in your mind that supervenes on the screen. So if we're appealing to the computer example to explain the mind example in terms of emergence, we're just doing circular reasoning.
And by supervenience, you mean that whenever the quality of the screen changes, the quality of your mental state
representation will change.
Will change with it, right?
Yeah.
Whenever
the underlying conditions change, there will be a corresponding change in your mental representation.
Jay Garfield has a supervenience theory that he uses against Bernardo Kastrup, and I can't wait until we get into
that.
We get into
that.
Okay. Yeah,
we definitely do. I'm looking forward
for sure. I watched that episode. I don't remember that part specifically. Maybe I didn't watch the whole thing. Jay Garfield was kind of a dick to Bernardo.
Oh yeah.
See, but Bernardo had it coming, respectfully.
Did he? What happened?
No, I'm saying like Bernardo is someone who I love Bernardo. I've spoken with him, but he can dish it more than he can really take it, because I think that Bernardo was a dick to Graham Oppie. When it comes to defending his position, like he sometimes gets,
rhetorical,
a little bit aggressive, and a little bit like, he uses the word bullshit, and
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I like that kind of energy there. Yeah,
I know. I love it, but at the same time, you have to be able to take it when it comes your way.
True.
But the thing about the other guy, because I did a reaction a few months ago on that video, and everybody was sort of agreeing that, they were like, wow, he's so arrogant, man. He comes off like, well, we can just take that off the table. Like, why? Why should we take it off? Because you said so.
He's got a book named "Materialism is Baloney," so you could say he's asking for it. I guess
he wants the smoke. I respect.
He does want the smoke. Yeah.
Yep.
Would seem untrue. It seemed like it couldn't be true. And that is what it is like to close your eyes and imagine a triangle. There's no screen on which I'm projecting that image. It's all internal. I mean, the questioner talks about YouTube, for example. If I download a YouTube video onto this phone, and then say I break the phone so that the screen doesn't work, I can't sort of tap it anymore, I can't even get into it, and I say, there's a YouTube video saved on this phone. That would be true, right? And you would know what I mean. Like, there is a hard drive or an SSD in this phone on which is stored the information of that YouTube video. But I want to be really specific here. It's not that I've got a YouTube video in my hands. What I've got is a hard drive with information which, when plugged into a screen, will display the thing that I am calling a YouTube video.
You pause it.
But the video itself, like the imagery, the color pattern, that kind of stuff, is not literally inside of this phone right now.
Yeah, I think Alex wanted.
Yeah. Maybe I'm talking loud enough. All right. So I would actually go a step further. What he's trying to do is deconstruct your naive realism that you're baking into what you think a phone is. Okay, and so bro, there's not literally a YouTube video.
Right.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think I disconnected for a second. He's saying, bro, there's not literally a YouTube video on my phone. But I would go, he said there's the information. I would go a step further and say there's not even information in your phone. All there is literally a set of conditions, which are physical states, which are transistors being on or off. That's it. When those transistors flip, there's a sophisticated cause and effect process that outputs another set of conditions. And that set of conditions is interpreted as an application, whether it be TikTok or whatever. So anyway, I was just piggybacking. I would say I would go a step further and take out the idea that there's some information stuff contained in the box. There's no, it's not a stuff, bro. Like information is not stuff. It's just
it's informative.
But the problem is sorry, Scott. What?
No, I was just gonna say it just requires relations. So you know.
Right. Information is always relative to who it's informing. And so I don't think it exists like sort of mind independently, like people reify it to. And when we make that mistake, it messes up the way we think about this entire subject. It just confuses everything. So,
Yep, I agree 100%.
It's something that gets projected by the phone when I plug it into the screen. And so, yeah, you would say, well, of course, you're not going to find the YouTube video like literally inside of the phone. No. It's something that kind of emerges like when you plug it into the screen and turn the screen on, and the screen like accesses that information and presents it as like a pixelated image. And that's when you get what you call a YouTube video. But imagine I said, no, the YouTube video itself, like the thing you call the YouTube video, the pixelated image, you know, of a particular sort of size and resolution is like literally inside of this phone right now. That kind of just doesn't make any sense to me. And similarly, the idea that a triangle can exist in the same way in my head just doesn't really make very much sense to me. And yet, there it is, that pesky little triangle. It just won't go away. And
well, here's the thing, and I was going to save this for a little later, but if you can answer, I've got a poll to ask, well, is there really a triangle in your head? And when I don't mean physically, I mean even mentally, because a lot of physicalists say that's actually a fallacy baked into his argument. So I'm just trying to get everybody's opinion. Would you say you are able to picture anything in your head, like a word, a triangle, a sunset? Is that really a thing? Or is that just you talking about doing that? So
yeah,
anyways,
I think that the triangle critique forces a three-way choice. It's a fork in the road with three options. One, the red triangle is nothing over and above your brain, in which case you should find a literal red triangle in your brain, like philosophically, right? Otherwise, you're just saying something that's contradictory. Or two, the red triangle is something over and above the brain. In which case that's like a non-reductive or a dualist position, and a number of critiques can be applied there. Or three, like you said, the red triangle doesn't exist. But I think that's a self-defeating position. I mean, just think about it, man. If the red triangle in my mind does not exist in any meaningful sense, how can I use that red triangle to go find a red triangle in the world? What am I referencing?
Right. I think that's the evidence that we can intersubjectively point to prove that I do see visualizations of cars or things I'm looking for. Like say I'm looking for my car. I forgot where I parked it in the Walmart parking lot, which I do all the time.
Yeah.
How do I find it if I don't have a mental representation?
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
The fact that I can find it should be count as evidence that I can mentally represent a real car.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
All right.
That just gives me a lot of pause. And it's interesting when I talk about this, I find that like half the people I'm speaking to are like, yeah, that is really weird and cool and interesting. And half the people are like, what are you talking about, man? It's just like atoms in your brain. And so maybe you just think that I'm going crazy or something. But the thing I really just want to drill down on and make clear is that when I say the triangle is not in your brain, I don't mean to say that there isn't like neural activity which is correlated with my experience of the triangle. That's there. If I open up your brain, I will see neurons firing in a particular way. I may even be able to prod your brain in a particular way to make you experience a triangle, right? If I knew enough about brain chemistry, I could make the right neurons fire such that you go, whoa, I just saw a triangle. Even then, the neurons that I am like, pushing along are not the same thing as the triangle that you've just experienced.
So what do you think about that? A lot of identity theory, I think he's attacking now another physicalist take on it. It's called identity theory, where they'll say that really consciousness is it's just what the brain does. It's identical with the brain or the neurons firing or something like that, a process. How do you respond to that?
With the way Bernardo responds to it is like, that's the same as saying it is the involuntary wiggling of my left big toe. You know, when he says, you know, if you believe that consciousness is emergent from something which lack the properties which would predict consciousness, then we can use anything. I can say, you know, consciousness is the flexing of my left butt cheek. You know, you can say whatever you want. And of course, that's one of the reasons that Bernardo invites so much smoke, is because he's willing to use, like, you know, those kinds of examples to make himself clear that, you know, he thinks materialism and physicalism are hopeless.
Silly. Yeah, silly stuff.
So what you're saying there is that, you know, and what Alex is saying and what Bernardo is saying is that there is nothing about neurons or brain activity or anything about physical processes whatsoever that coincides with these properties that I know to be associated with my first person experience. And so, like, yeah, we could say that it's the same thing, but we're really bridging an explanatory gap with a definition. We're like shoving a sock in the gap, writing materialism on it, and like with some duct tape, and we're like, all right, it's good. Like, this is kind of ridiculous.
You know, I hope that at some point we interact with Michael Levin's work, because he said he talks to graduate students and he asks them, like, give me 10 unique differences between brain cells and stomach cells. Like, give me, like, try your best to come up with real differences between brain cells and like cells in the kidney, right? Cells are cells, and we kind of get into this way of thinking that the brain is something like incredibly, you know, super, and it's because of the this myth that consciousness emerges out of it, and so it must just be extremely, you know, complicated. But yeah, it would be cool to interact.
To be fair, I mean, it is like consider like, so I don't know a whole lot about like cellular biology necessarily, but I mean, there's obviously like a fuck ton of neurons, 86 billion plus trillions of synaptic connections. So it's complicated in that sense, but I understand what you're saying, or what Michael Levin is trying to say, and just that, like, the actual basic constituent, the cell itself, is not really and that much different from like the stomach. So
and Dave, you're asking questions in the live. You can pop in and ask a question anytime you want, live on stage if you'd like. You're asking, why are we not saying and it is this or that? So I guess you're pointing to a more dualistic view of it. Go ahead.
Yes, exactly. I am pointing at a more dualistic view, and I'm a little confused still about the idea of strong and weak emergence. I mean, there's an interesting idea there that I don't really have a full grasp of. Sorry, I'd like you to go over that again, please.
Yes, weak emergence, just like putting everything aside, just a priori, weak emergence would be 1 + 1 = 2. Strong emergence would be 1 + 1 = 3. And
I don't understand that.
Yeah. What could, I don't know, guys, what could we correlate that to in the real world?
I think of it in terms of like lower level phenomena becoming higher level phenomena. Right. So I think one of the examples is like, you know, sand dunes, where we can look at wind directions and you know, wind velocity and wind speed and all that stuff in a desert area, and we can run a simulation such that we can track how all the properties at the low level manifest as all the properties in the higher level, namely the dunes, right? Or with H2O molecules and water. If we can run simulations with H2O molecules and see that at a certain stage, it becomes the feeling of wetness, of a little puddle that you can feel wetness from, right? But where it becomes strong emergence is when there's some big or small explanatory gap to where it becomes impossible to run that simulation from what you're calling the lower level and what you expect to be the higher level. And so when people appeal to strong emergence as it pertains to, you know, consciousness, and they say, oh, you know, consciousness is just this strongly emergent thing from brain states, the question that the idealist typically asks is, how are you getting from the lowest level, namely mass, charge, and momentum, or the properties of matter? How are you getting from that to the taste of chocolate or the feeling of heartbreak, right?
Or ethics. Yeah.
Right. Anything that it feels like to be. And so there's lots of ways that people try to get around that, but none of them are impressive to the idealist.
Yeah, another example is like, just take a really simple example, which is the chemical structure of oxytocin. Like, you can picture it, right? There is nothing, and I mean nothing. There's like negative features about the chemical structure of oxytocin, which are comparable to love. Like, they just have different property sets, and so there's no logical connection between those like conceptual ways of viewing reality, chemical and emotional.
So is the oxytocin itself a strong or is a weak emergence, you're saying?
No, we're saying that, well, I guess we would say that if consciousness is emergent, it would fit into the category of strong emergence. And so another conversation has to be had on whether or not that's a pragmatic view to like believe that it's true.
Well, a real simple example of this might be looking at a country on the planet and looking at whether or not something is a city or not. If you take a look at the Earth from space and you take a look at the New York area, you can say, there's the city, that's the end of the city. Okay? So the formation of that city as a composite is that, and understanding that it is a city, is that a strong emergence?
I think that you're heading in the right direction, that if you take lower level properties, let's say that we're being studied by aliens, or like, direct panspermia theory is correct and aliens seeded us here, they would see that cities are a weakly emergent property of human interactions, that if you put humans in an environment, we gather together almost as a defining characteristic, and then cities emerge, right? But I think an example that's more popular is the idea of a traffic jam, right? Like, you don't need a special intervening entity to cause traffic jams to emerge. They emerge weakly, meaning that all you have to do is have cars on the road with rules of driving, and you'll just normally see traffic jams in certain areas. That's a weak emergence, meaning it can be simulated. So the problem with strong emergence is that, like, even computers can't simulate it. Like, there's no way to simulate with the properties of matter how conscious states emerge. So when people say it's emergent, that consciousness is emergent from matter, it sounds good, and I think that that's what it's meant to do. It's like, it's like, hey, that sounds good, because we know so many things that are weakly emergent. We trust emergence, but it's kind of a sleight of hand. It's a trick that the materialist is doing, because it's really what they're really appealing to is strong emergence, which has a giant explanatory gap.
Well, I personally, I have a backwards understanding of it, I guess, because I see the city as a strong emergence, because I can, and my understanding of what I see as a weaker thing. So it feels to me like the words are backwards. It may not be. I mean, I may be wrong.
No. I share your intuition. I know where you're going. You're thinking of a strong argument versus a weak argument, and the stronger thing should be the thing we should support. So I understand the way you're thinking, and it's kind of an unfortunate way they've set it up. But something that's weakly emergent is one that actually gives us, in this instance, more reliability than the strongly emergent.
The word strong here is meant to emphasize the robustness of the emergent property. So if it's like very robust and it's very much unlike the substrate that it emerges from, it is strong. Right?
So the sun, the star, the sun in the center of our solar system, that's a strong emergence then, because it's really hard to break that thing up.
No, not quite.
And it's made of hydrogen. I mean, hydrogen and other junk.
I mean, we can deduce how the sun comes about from atoms, for example.
Fusion.
So, Like it would be able to be simulated. Like if we had a computer that was powerful enough, we could, in principle, like get some sort of physical simulation with a starting point of, I don't know, 5 million. Well, it'd have to be a lot more than that. Anyway, there's no logical leap required to go from the lower level constituent parts like particles and atoms and such, and the laws that govern those parts, and end up with this coagulation, of a sun.
Well, that's the thing that scientists are still studying. That's what CERN is all about. That's what some of these places are all about. They still don't have the connection. They don't have the complete connection. So, in that regard, they understand the star, and the star itself exists as something that you really can't jump from atoms and so forth to the full thing. That's why they're still there.
Let me ask you
Right?
a question, Dave. Let me ask you
Yeah.
a question.
Sure.
If you added a billion, zillion, quadrillion zeros together, what number would you get by adding all those zeros together?
I don't know, but it would be really big. That's for
No,
sure.
I mean, no, zeros. Like if you add 0 plus 0, what does that equal?
0.
Okay, 0 plus 3 zeros, how much do you get?
0.
Okay, so at what point does 0 turn into a number?
By definition, a 0 it is a number of null.
Of null, right? Exactly. I would say you're correct, right? So let's look at a rock, right? Like just a plain simple rock.
Yeah.
A rock has a quantity of 0 consciousness. Like let's just assume that's the case. Like that's what
Okay.
physicalists would say, right? A physicalist would say we're conscious, so we've got like a number, let's say conscious level 10, right? But a rock
Okay.
has 0 consciousness, right?
Okay, from that
How many
explanation. Yeah.
rocks? So how many rocks do you add together to get to a number? Since rocks equal 0, it would be 0, right?
When you're looking for a property that you've already defined that is not
But yeah, I
is
understand.
not
But I'm saying
emergent
the
in
assumption.
those things, then yeah, but you add up all those rocks together, you still have a whole bunch of mass, you still have a whole bunch of things,
Yeah, but the
and
point is,
eventually they start
We're not talking
attracting each
about
other and
mass.
forming a planet.
We're not talking about planets and mass and all that. I'm talking about consciousness.
Talking about consciousness here. Yeah.
I ought to point out, in my personal view, I think the rock is conscious.
Okay, but I'm saying, but assuming conscious rocks are not conscious, because most physicalists don't think that rocks are conscious. So
Yes.
just assuming, let's just pretend like that's true. Let's pretend like rocks equals 0 consciousness. If you add
Gotcha.
up a billion gazillion rocks, will it turn into a non-conscious thing?
No, it'll stay the same.
Right. So if to say that it would turn into consciousness is strong emergence.
mm-hmm. Yeah. So the core claim
that's
here,
what Mr. Biscuit was pointing at when he said 1 plus 1 equals 3.
the core claim here, as Galen Strawson put it, if Y emerges from X, then there must be something about X in terms of which you can get Y. So if this thing emerges from this thing, then there has to be something about this thing in terms of which you could get this thing. There's got to be some logical connection between the things. And it appears as if there is no logical connection between qualitative states and quantitative properties. Scott, I don't know if it's okay. I got a guest here on TikTok that wants to ask a question. Is that cool with you?
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if his audio is going to feed back, but go ahead, Eva. Give me a test if you don't mind. Could y'all hear him or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, you can ask your question anyway, Eva. Sure. Yeah. Okay, he's asking about strong emergence. Explain how this is not an example of strong emergence. All right, go ahead. Single point. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so when I have a single point, the concept of distance does not exist. When I have 2 points, now the concept of distance comes into play because there's a distance between them, right? So why isn't distance strongly emergent from 2 or more points? Do you guys have a response to that?
I think it is. Yeah, I think it's strong. I think it's emergent that the line exists. I'm still confused a little bit about strong or weak, but I would say it does exist. Yeah.
It's a little strange because we're not really talking about emergence in the world anymore. Excuse me. We're kind of talking about a conceptual emergence because we're just talking about points. Like, what does that correspond to? I mean, you could say that like in the standard model, like particles are regarded as points, but I'm not sure this is analogous, Ava, just because we're just doing a little trick inside of our minds rather than referring to something outside in the world. You know what I mean?
Well, if I understand, like I would say like distance is kind of defined between points, not generated by them, right? Like a point has no length, size, or dimension. So distance only really exists when you have at least 2 points.
Actually,
so
that's
it's a relation. Yeah, it's a relation.
That's a good point. Distance is infinite or undefined, but it still exists, right? It's infinite or undefined until the points come into play, and then it takes on finite values. Exactly. Does that answer your question, Ava? It became defined. Yeah. It became defined. Cool, man.
So you're saying consciousness and the mind are strongly emergent from the brain. Is that true?
No, we don't. I mean, I don't think that it actually is. I would say that if you are a materialist, that's what you would have to say. But oftentimes they don't say that. But they say that part not out loud. They say emergent.
Yeah, they're very hesitant. Yeah. I think even who was that? Philip Goff had pointed out, and I think David Chalmers also points this out in his interview with Mike Tyson, that because Mike Tyson says, yeah, but what about, isn't consciousness just emergent from the brain and blah, blah, blah. And then he was saying, well, emergence has lately become kind of a bad word. We don't really like to talk about that anymore, because when you really examine it, we get into weak emergence and strong emergence seems a little illogical. So we kind of shy away from those sort of terms. So yeah, Dave, I don't really go along with that either. I don't go along with strong emergence. So I wouldn't say consciousness emerges from the matter of the brain. That's disconnected.
Scott, I want to say before you continue the video that I appreciate the simplicity of your example about the zeros, right? Because it's important that we don't, like, I take very seriously that I'm not a physicist, and I take very seriously that I'm not, a cognitive scientist. And I think that it's easy for people who take a reduction base in metaphysics for granted to, start biting off more than they can chew, So I'm always impressed by your ability to kind of bring things down to layman terms. And so, I'm definitely going to steal that example.
Well, please do steal it, and thank you very much for that. I never really think of myself that way. I'm just a Southern boy.
Respectful.
I'm just an old Southern boy. How's it going, Robin?
Well, I just wanted to tell Card Block I did not come in here to do math. I was told there would be no math.
Yeah.
That's how they get you. That's how they get you.
Yeah. I just come in here so y'all could make fun of me because like that. This is what like I usually say that because I don't really think that I don't think that we came to a conclusive answer So
Mhm.
like I don't say that we know for sure that it's emergent property. But I do usually say that like from our best evidence or something like that, like or that's I usually don't because I don't want to make it. I'm a fallibilist, so I don't want to make anything sound like I have any certainty for it, especially something that we don't even really understand a whole lot about anyway. So that
I mean,
I
there's no
appreciate that.
that it is the mainstream view.
mhm.
I wouldn't necessarily say that from our best evidence, it looks like consciousness is generated by the brain. I would say that our best evidence shows that there's absolutely a correlation between what we call the brain and what we call the human mind.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. And then I don't say generated. Like I don't know that I don't know if I
Yeah, I throw that word out there. I just use it very broadly. So
Yeah, but yeah, that correlation that's probably a really good way of putting it.
Yeah, that's all I can really say too. Like, I don't know the answer. Like, really, I'm kind of like Bernardo Castro would say, who really knows anything?
Well,
like,
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were done, Scott. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no doubt. I was just going to say, when it comes to knowing in that capacity, the only thing I really know, I would say that I know, is that I'm conscious myself, and I know that I exist because the prerequisite to knowing anything is to be conscious. So that's the only thing I really know for certain.
Donald Hoffman out of UC Irvine, he brings up like the taste of chocolate a lot as a conscious experience. And the reason he brings that up is he's like, he has absolutely no colleagues or has never spoken to anyone who can mirror onto the brain the taste of chocolate. Like in any specific experience, like, because we have neural correlates. We have hundreds of them, I think. We're like, okay, this region of the brain, or this set of neurons or this neural pathway is associated with this, and those are correlations, right? But they're very, very broad, and they're based on reporting, right? But we can't even lock on to a single experience like the taste of chocolate, the feeling of heartbreak, the feeling of loneliness, like at all, let alone consciousness in its entirety.
Yeah, he always says that the materialists have put 0 points on the board in terms of explaining any experience whatsoever.
Who did you say that was? I think were you talking about Daniel Kaufman?
Donald Hoffman.
Donald Hoffman, yeah.
Oh, okay, because there's a call. I have a book, Thinking Fast and Slow by Kaufman.
But we do take that to the next level, don't we? We do take that to the next level. I mean, I agree with you that we can't really describe chocolate, the description of chocolate with words and get another person to understand that or imprint that feeling on them. But I can say this situation looks fishy or something like that, and I can parallel my language and my physical world and how things happen in it with very gut level sensations, can't I? And that's this demonstrates it a little.
I think I can actually taste chocolate. Yeah.
I was going to say before we get too far away from Donald Hoffman, Scott, is this cool if I plug my channel?
Yeah, please.
Because I just
all
want
you
to
guys
share
plug your stuff, man. Please.
Exciting news. So later this month we're going to have Robert Prentner, who works with Hoffman on stuff like the interface theory of perception, the conscious agent theory, and all this kind of stuff. We're going to have him on Reality Gone Mental, all one word, on YouTube, and that should be like a really fascinating discussion. I just wanted to mention that since we brought up Hoffman, and I'm super interested in Hoffman's work. So
definitely
that'll be later this month. So
I'll go back out. I didn't want to try to type all that in chat. So
okay, no worries, man. Thanks for dropping on by, though.
Yeah, I'll be out here still.
Okay, and Joel said something. He says it's just as incorrect to assume that two things that coincide are correlated, but y'all never want to go there. I don't understand.
That is what a correlation is.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Coextension is correlation. Like I gave the example earlier. I think it was before I came on this live. Or sorry, Scott, were you about to say something?
No, you go right ahead. I'm done. And I'm going to pull up the next video and get ready to look at the reactions.
Okay. Yeah. So look, what if every time my TV turned on, my grandma called me? All right. I don't remember who brought this. Like, shout out to whoever like said this to me the first time because it's stuck in my head. Like, I would say that there's a correlation between my TV turning on and my grandma calling me.
Yeah.
Right. That doesn't mean that they're causally connected necessarily, as independent like happenings. But there is a correlation. It means they're happening at the same time. And so it requires a deeper investigation. Now, the explanation could just be like, look, my grandma's just sitting there calling me all the time. And the reason my TV comes on is because the power to my house came on, which also turned the power to the phone on. And so that's why it appears like there's a correlation between my grandma calling me and the TV coming on. But so, yeah, I think that is what correlation is. It just means two things happening at the same time or in relation to each other somehow.
All right. And so this is a video where a few philosophers and neuroscientists, I guess, respond to the challenge. So, and we'll respond to their response. Let me get that pulled up.
Okay. Yeah. And like I was saying earlier, right? They're going to take one, each one of them is going to take one of three options. They're either going to say it's identical to the brain and they're going to close the gap by definition, right? Or they're going to say it's over and above the brain and it's not reducible. Or they're going to deny that the red triangle exists at all.
Right, exactly.
It's one of three options, bro.
That's all they got.
It's all they got.
Yeah, man.
With correlates with, maybe even somehow causes conscious experience, but that doesn't make them the same thing. And I'm seeing a triangle. I'm not seeing a bunch of neurons firing. That might be what's really going on in my brain, but that's not what I'm seeing in my head. So please, somebody, anybody, tell me where this triangle is. I'm getting quite desperate. A $50 reward for anyone who can find the damn triangle.
There's nothing triangular in my head at all. But there is something triangular in my mind.
He called it.
So the mind must be something different from the brain. I mean, not a bad argument. And indeed, there are many people who are persuaded by this. And U.T. Place, one of the original central state materialists in the 1950s, worried about this argument, and he called it the phenomenological fallacy. And the fallacy, as he saw it, was to suppose that there really is anything triangular in my mind. I mean, of course, there's nothing triangular in my brain, but there's nothing triangular in my mind either. It's a fallacy to think that there's a thing in my mind that's triangular. I mean, what's true is that what's going on in my mind stroke brain, because I think they're the same thing, is just like what's going on when I look at a real triangle. And in the case where I'm just imagining it, there's a kind of faint version. The brain is operating in the same way as it operates when I look at a triangle. That makes me feel like I feel when I'm looking at a real triangle. Yeah. But there's no reason to suppose that there's a real triangle in my mind or anything triangular in my mind at all. That's.
Yo, right, so I put the poll up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. By the way, Alex called it the first one.
This is eliminativism. He's just saying it doesn't exist. But notice he wants to have his cake and eat it too, because the way that he's using the language, he's actually double speaking. He's saying there is no triangle, but there is a faint version of the triangle. So it's like, which one is it? And this is always the case with an eliminativist.
Well, I kind of, and I'm malleable on these things, but I kind of feel the weight of what he's saying, because I have, what they kind of say about dreams sometimes. It's like, we think that we dreamt all night because we had this crazy experience, but dream states are like a really, really small portion of the time that you're asleep. And the idea is that you confabulate. So you had feelings in your sleep. And then when you wake up, you associate those feelings with certain events, and you confabulate backwards. You say, right? And so
yeah, I
maybe
remember.
he's
It's like
saying
the
something.
cassette tape dream theory or something like
Yeah,
that. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And so it seems to me, and because I'm trying my best to be open-minded here, and I agree that you know, if I imagine eating a cookie, that is not like eating a cookie. It's a different thing. It's almost like a fainter version. So there's not a cookie in my brain, clearly, but is there a cookie in my mind? Because if we were to say that there's actually, that I'm thinking of a cookie, like there's a cookie in my mind, then the feeling of the cookie in my mind, well, here it is. Maybe this is the rebuttal. The feeling of a cookie in my mind is not the same as the feeling of a cookie in my hand, right?
Yeah.
A physical object and a mental object are different.
The problem, though, is that there is a seeming of a cookie in your mind. No matter how weak, there is the seeming. And so, look, if it's the case that you want to say something like, well, this is just an illusion, there's no actual cookie, there's nothing really meaningful about that cookie. Well, guess what? That's fine, but illusions still need to be explained. We don't stop at, look, this stick, when I put it in the water, it looks bent. We don't stop there. Like, we explain why this illusion persists.
So check this out, because if I were to do the devil's advocate thing here for a second, because I love what you're saying and I like what this guy's saying. So if I were to say, imagine a chocolate chip cookie right now, and let's say you imagine it, and then I show you a real one, and I say, does the cookie in your imagination, is it as heavy as this one? You're going to say, well, no. I'm going to say, okay, well, I'm going to bite mine. Like, does the cookie in your mind taste like this one? You say, well, no. I say, all right, well, is the texture the same? How long did it take to bake the cookie in your mind? Well, it was instant. Well, this one wasn't instant. It took. So how in any way is the cookie in your mind even remotely similar to the cookie in my hand? And if it doesn't have any similarities, what right do we have to call it a cookie?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't care. You can call it a cookie. You can call it an idea. You can call it whatever you want. The point is, right? And sorry, this is like, I'm kind of dodging the question, but I think it's justified, because I think what you asked is a non sequitur. I think that the point is that there are properties associated with this imagined cookie, right? And those properties are not like the substrate from which it supposedly emerges. And so whether or not it's a real cookie or whatnot, or it has the same properties as like the cookie that you just baked, it just seems irrelevant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no? But no, it definitely makes sense. But I feel that it's vulnerable to a kind of attack, because when you say there's properties of the cookies in my mind, I can just continue to go down the rabbit hole. Are those properties like these properties of this cookie? Like, and we can test property by property, because both of us agree that there's a cookie in my hand. If there, if we imagine there actually is one, we would both agree on that one. So it seems to me, to claim that there is a cookie in your mind, we would have to ask, how closely does the object in your mind behave like the
I get what you're saying. I guess my question is, let's say we establish that the cookie in my mind is nothing like the cookie on the table. So what?
So if what's in your mind is nothing like the cookie on the table, then could you exchange the word cookie for any other word?
I think you could exchange it for, I have the idea of a cookie in my head. And yet we're still left with the same hard problem, right? We still have properties associated with the idea of a cookie in my head that we cannot attribute to the brain.
Right. My buddy Phantom says, warning for those toking during this conversation, cookies leads to munchies.
Cookies doesn't lead to munchies. That's not what leads to it.
Puff give Robin. She's over there saying she needs to light one up for this conversation.
Yeah, toking leads to cookies.
Yeah. Toking leads to poking.
I really enjoy where he's taking this. I don't know whether, but what he said so far to me, I'm not convinced, but I am persuaded.
It almost reminds me of Jay Garfield emptiness argument in a way. It sort of reduces to some nothingness.
Well, yeah, I mean, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, yeah, when I have problems in my life, I just pretend like they're not problems and they go away somehow. I mean, I pretend like they don't exist. It is a very effective strategy for a short period of time.
See, but think about this. If we were to incorporate this, right? If we were to actually invite this guy in, because what would Bernardo Kastrup say that objects fundamentally are? What we perceive as mental states, right? So if he says, look, what is in your mind is not a cookie. If you imagine a cookie, right? It's a mental state. But the reason that you imagine it as a cookie is because the actual cookies out there in the world are also mental states, right? So when you look at a cookie, you're seeing a bunch of qualitative properties: taste, texture, the color of it, right? There's nothing which is outside of the field of perception. And so when you incorporate that mental state, you now have your brain can now recreate. You know what I'm saying? Represent.
Yeah.
I mean, I just see the difference between the imagined cookie and the quote unquote actual cookie as being similar to the difference between, let's say, water and steam. So it's a kind of a more, it's a modular thing. And so the real cookie is water. The imagined cookie is steam, but they're both mental. Like under Bernardo.
And related to that, I can pop Joel's question in really quick. Oh boy, I lost it, man. It was because I forgot I had to go out and come back in. Damn it. But Joel said basically, he said, the problem with idealism is, when you have consciousness or subjective experience, it's subjective by definition. So when other people share an experience, that's not consciousness that you're seeing something physical, because it's not subjective. So he says this whole thing about the greater mind doesn't really make sense. And he says, he's not smuggling physicalism in, he's just taking idealism out and taking it all out. And he said, if we take it all out, then what we see out there in our experience is not experience, because it's not subjective. But I have a response to that, and I'll let everybody else give their response as well. It seems like what is being smuggled in is the fact that the mind is only a subjective experience. Like, in other words, the difference between private and shared doesn't really map clearly onto mental versus non-mental. Like, it may just reflect different levels or modes of mentality, not a divide between mind and matter. Does that make sense?
That's right. Yeah. I mean, and what you're calling objective is really just intersubjective.
Right.
And so, what we call the physical is really just whatever can be jointly agreed upon outside of our own minds, which is just intersubjectivity.
Yeah, and I would just add that sometimes we make the mistake of assuming that just because an aspect of mentation is not acquiescent to volition, it is therefore not mental. And I think that's a mistake. Like,
that's a hidden assumption. Yeah,
acquiescent to volition.
Yeah. If we're dreaming, lots of the dream is not acquiescent to volition, right? If you're dreaming that you're walking along the beach, right, you're really there, right? You use the ground as if it's real. You avoid the trees. You walk around them. You do things, and so the entire thing is mentation, right? In the dream state. But there's portions of that which are not acquiescent to your volition, because if everything was acquiescent, you would be paralyzed by the complexity of your situation. You wouldn't be allowed to you wouldn't have the capacity to actually perform or to act.
So in layman's term, you would say that the hidden assumption is it relies on, if X is mental, it must be privately accessible, but that's exactly kind of what's in question.
Well, it must be like malleable too. Like I think that when we talk about a mental substrate of like reality or whatever, many people go straight to imagination. Well, I can imagine a purple elephant into existence, but without understanding that this is like the tip of the iceberg when it comes to mind. That portion of your mind that is acquiescent to your volition, great choice of words there, it's just a tiny, tiny portion of your mind. But when we say that, the world is mental, so to speak, we're not talking about that same kind of upper level imaginative cognitive processing. It's something far more basic.
Well, Alex, Logan from the Uncarved Block channel says, I think that claiming it's only intersubjective is fallacious. Logan, call in, man, and break that down. I'd like to hear more about it if you can.
What's the fallacy?
Yeah, I'd like to hear the fallacy because as far as I understand, right, it just seems like putting a bunch of subjective points of view together does not automatically grant you objectivity. Like that would be a category error to expect. Let's say I have a subject here and I have a subject here and I have a subject here. They all make an observation, right? That just becomes intersubjective.
Right. You don't get to objectivity.
Right. That would
you never really can.
Fallacy, yeah.
Yeah. It's a concept. It's a reification. Objectivity is a concept of a mental mode.
Guys, it looks like my channel is on top of it, guys. Enchanted says, but mind and matter are two aspects of a single substance, suggesting consciousness might not be tightly tied to neural hardware. Yeah, I totally agree. There's no evidence that that theory does not exist. Respectfully. I want to hear where this guy goes with this.
Yeah, let's see.
That's the fallacy. If you look at a red coffee cup, there's no red pigment, or as Daniel Dennett used to say, red figment in the brain. But I've always found this like a very strange sort of challenge. Like, you would not expect to find these things. To expect there to be something triangular in the brain when you experience a triangle in the world is to assume that there's sort of some homunculus, some inner you looking at the triangle in the head, which is looking at the triangle in the world.
People like us like to get all right.
Shout out to Richard Brown.
Is that what?
Yeah,
Richard Brown. I love that guy.
I think that in the case of Anil Seth, now shout out Anil Seth, I think he's great. I think that he tries to be non-dogmatic. I've seen many of his discussions with people like Philip Goff. He's been on the Essentia Foundation. Great, excellent. But I don't think we're actually expecting to find a red triangle in the brain. I don't think that's what the thought experiment is designed to point out, right? It's not this naive assumption that there actually is a triangle in the brain. As I explained earlier, I think it's designed to force a choice,
right?
And it's designed to show you that your choice or your explanation has philosophical implications that don't really pan out in a way that's fully consistent and coherent.
Can you lay out those choices one more time?
Yeah,
I like how you laid those out.
Either the red triangle is nothing over and above the brain, in which case, philosophically speaking, you should find it in the brain if that's the case, somewhere. Or it's something over and above the brain, in which case now you're into dualism or property dualism or non-reductive physicalism. Is kind of different ways of saying the same thing. And there are arguments here that you can push towards epiphenomenalism, which has problems of its own. Anyway, there's a whole
kind of be naive realism, right? To assume it's not in the brain.
Naive realism to assume it's not in the.
I mean, it would almost be a form of like, saying that we have a one-to-one correspondence with reality to see that, or are you just talking about the imagination? You're talking about the imagination.
Yeah, you're right, though. I know where you're going with that, but I was just talking about the imagined one.
Okay, gotcha.
But you are right about that. It would be a form of like naive realism to think that, I'm just seeing, like, it almost implies that I'm just having a window into reality if there's no red triangle in my brain, but I'm like seeing the one in the world one to one. Anyway, so the second option, there are many pitfalls with that, philosophical pitfalls. And then the third option is you just deny that the red triangle exists in any way, which is what the first gentleman did, obviously. But this is self-defeating, because if there's nothing in my mind, what am I referencing when I use that to go find a red triangle in the world? And as Scott explained earlier, how does he find his car, where he parked his car, if there's no mental representation of the car? Right.
Okay, let's hear Mr. Brown. I love this guy, Richard.
Riled up because this is the Inside Out fallacy, as the movie Inside Out, which drives people like me up the wall. It's a great movie, very touching, sentimental. However, it gives you the complete false picture about how the mind works in terms of little further persons inside the mind interacting with images on screens and so forth. And that's the homuncular view. But then, of course, it leads to a recess automatically, who's in their little minds, and so forth. And so the idea of a homunculus is very problematic. We want to get rid of that idea, I would say. So that would be the first step, is in diagnosing this issue, is by pointing out, like, we don't want to say, where's the screen?
The physical neural going.
Well, yeah, but I think that goes again to your points that, that's not really what he's trying to say. He's not really trying to say there's a homunculus and all these things. I don't think that's what he's getting at.
He's not trying to say that there is a screen. He's saying it doesn't make sense to say that there's not a screen, and they're saying it doesn't make sense to say that there is a screen. And so it seems like it just doesn't make sense at all. It's right.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
That underpin an experience of triangle don't have to be themselves triangular. I think that's just a category error. It's just a mistake in what we should expect to find.
They're boring. Look, what we've got is the experience of a triangle, the experience that is produced by seeing a triangle. Look at words on my screen. There's a screen there, but I can think those words without any screen. We're not surprised in the case of words. Why are we surprised in the case of images? Those experiences just are states of the brain, both the experience of words, which are brain states. The visual experience of words are brain states in the visual word form area on the bottom of the temporal lobe. So we know quite a lot about our representation of words. Well, we also have representation of objects.
I think you just
pause. No. What we know is what correlates with our mental representation of words and objects. That's what we know for sure. I mean, we're always getting that in more granular detail, but we don't know about the representations themselves. That's just a conflation. He said, look, they just are brain states. This is, again, closing that gap by definition rather than explanation.
Yeah. Defining things in terms of other things.
Have to dissolve this notion that the properties of the thing that are represented also have to be the properties of the representation. That doesn't have to be the case.
It seems kind of simplistic to think that if you open up somebody else's brain, you might, find a room in which there are little red objects and pictures of the Mona Lisa and model trains and whatever else you've got to. It's like no materialist is committed to there being a little room in your head.
Bullshit. Because I just had an argument with somebody. I literally just had a long 3-day strung out text by text. The guy just kept on staying on. Look, the images are literally physically in your brain. And I'm like, so he goes, you don't have to open up your brain. Nobody would do that, but it's there. And he says, we can prove it because they actually have technology where you can print out your thoughts into like a picture. So that proof right there, you can take a picture of your brain, what it's thinking, and you can map your dreams. You can look at everything. You can see exactly what it is that your brain is envisioning. And he goes, and I'm like, no, do you understand how that works though? Like,
I feel like
it's all based on reporting.
When they say that, aren't they kind of referring to a supervenience theory? Like a lot of them are, you know, instead of thinking that like there's a train in my brain, you know what I'm thinking of, a train. They're imagining that, you know, there are some set of firings which, or that, you know, the experience of a train supervenes on some brain state that is, you know, yet unable to be, you know, directly, you know, correlated. And so it comes kind of with a promissory note. It's like, this is what's happening, but we don't know enough about the brain to like represent it again in a reliable way. That's what I get the majority of from physicalists.
I'm getting a question. Why do idealists have such difficulty with the concept of representation? Which is kind of what you're talking about there. It's not that we have difficulty with the concept. I understand what it means to like map a territory, and the map is the representation, but not the territory itself. The problem is that physicalists want to use this idea of representation. They want to have their cake and eat it too, because if I'm saying that something supervenes, but it's actually also not anything other than the neurons, then I'm speaking in a way that is contradictory. Either it just is the neurons or it's not. Where are these properties? Where do they exist? I know they exist. I'm experiencing them right now. Are they in a neuron? Are they, no, but they're in a group of neurons. Well, what does it mean for like a packet of data to be stored in a pattern of neurons? Like, nobody can explain this. It just doesn't. Yeah. It's not that we have an issue with the idea of representation. It's that, look, we're either saying that it's identical to the brain, or we're saying that it's over and above the brain. Like, pick one. And from there, like, we can talk about why the idea doesn't make sense.
Well, you know, like in his thing about no one thinks that there's actual trains and trees and stuff in your brain when you think about them. And then, like I was saying, there's a lot of materialists who say actually there is. Basically, you know, there's this thing where scientists use like this fMRI machine and EEG records, which sort of records electrical signals. And what they do is they simply capture patterns in the visual cortex while somebody looks at an image or imagines something, and then they record it. And then they sort of train a model. So a computer system records those brain patterns. And so every time they see that same brain pattern happen with someone else, they can kind of guess what you're thinking about. You know, that's all it is. It isn't like you're pulling a literal picture out of somebody's brain. That's just asinine.
There's still inferences attached to it.
Yeah, it's
correlation. It's all based on that subjective reporting.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I have another question here in my chat. Somebody said, and I respond to this question like constantly, exhaustingly, so I don't even want to respond to it, but maybe you guys do. Take the brain away, you take away consciousness. Everything else is based on unfalsifiable premises. So he's basically saying, look, no brain, no consciousness. Problem solved. It's generated by the brain. What do you guys have to say about that?
Say that again. Say that one more time.
No brain, no consciousness. That means it's generated by the brain.
Oh, yeah. So, you know, of course, we've been over this a million times. Like I say that consciousness always, from a third party point of view, consciousness always showed up. It always will show up embodied. And in this case, we call it a brain and a body. So, yeah, in a way, you could say without a brain, there's no body in most normal cases, because anything that's conscious seems to have a nervous system or some kind of embodiment. I mean, Michael Levin would probably argue with me and say, no, actually, single cell amoebas have self-awareness in time, space, and stuff like that. So you can't really say brain or nervous system necessarily, but I would just say embodied. You know, there has to be some sort of embodiment as far as what whatever we've experienced, as far as the evidence shows, I don't think you're ever going to find consciousness out there without a body. So that's kind of the way I would answer that. What do you think, Mr. Biscuits?
Yeah, I interact with it a lot, and I'm still looking for the best response to it, because I don't want my response just to be a gotcha, because I think materialism is depressing. I don't think it's just wrong, right? It would be one thing if it was just incoherent, which it is. It's like the worst reduction base in metaphysics, to the point where the likes of Sam Harris and Alex O'Connor, and I mean Daniel Dennett, rest in peace to Daniel Dennett, he didn't understand the hard problem, and David Chalmers told him so several times. But I think aside from materialism being incoherent and unable to justify itself with explanatory inference, besides that, it's deeply depressing to think that all you are is, an amalgam of non-conscious objects, in a state of time, matter, and flux, and all the other stuff that comes with it. I think it's a societal problem, and so I'm kind of searching for better answers that kind of invite the materialists in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because as opposed to kind of using my kind of go-to. But one thing that you can ask them to do is, I invite people to the direct path, which is Rupert Spira's path, to kind of show that the brain is something you have. And a lot of times I try to get people to tell me their experiences. I'm like, well, if you believe that consciousness is emergent from your brain, why do you call your brain yours, as if it's an item that belongs to you? You say it's your brain as if there is some subject that has the brain as an object, right? And I think that that's a peculiar way of speaking. It's accurate, right? The brain is yours, but consciousness isn't yours. Consciousness is what you are. The brain is what you have. So it's like, if it's true that what you have produced what you are, can you give any other examples of where an object produces a subject other than the one in question?
Yeah. Look, I want to come to your defense a little bit here. We've got the comment on screen. I'm sorry, but how we feel has no relevance on truth. And then I have a comment in my chat that says, it's depressing is a terrible argument. Look, here's the thing, right? He made sure to clarify that the reason for rejecting the view is that it's logically inconsistent. It cannot justify itself. It's self-defeating in a variety of ways. It's holding an internal contradiction, which I can cash out for anybody. Now, that being said, what if it was the case that a view is almost blatantly wrong, and it's also leading to what we call today the meaning crisis? Is that not something we should take seriously? Is that not something that we should take a closer look at? Like, because if it not only it causes suffering, but it's also blatantly wrong, this makes the view 10 times worse.
Yeah, and so I wasn't saying that it's depressing as my argument, right? I'm saying me believing that materialism is depressing makes me want to choose from a different category of arguments than I would if it weren't so bad for society in my personal view, right? So I wasn't saying, oh, it's depressing, therefore it should be avoided, even though that is an argument. It would be a weaker one, based on a correspondence theory of truth. But we do want to avoid what depresses us if we can.
Yeah,
but that wasn't my argument.
And also, too, it's noteworthy to say that really how we feel is sort of the motivation towards any of our worldviews. Like I read articles like with Psychology Today. And they've got so many different studies and papers you can read through that talks about how people ultimately choose their worldviews based on their feels. Like people who reject life after death do so out of their feelings. Like they'll say, look, I spent years and years in this fucking church all my life, and now I'm fucking church hurt. And so, you know what? Fuck all that shit. Fuck that afterlife bullshit, that false hope bullshit, all that stuff. That made them feel some kind of way. And so it's simply a matter of that feeling overriding another feeling, right? You can make that argument both ways. But my whole thing is I try to, when I talk about stuff like this, I understand that for a lot of people who try to stay as neutral as possible or objective as possible and leave their feels out of it, they say, well, I'm just a little bit suspicious whenever you start talking about consciousness is fundamental, because for me, the ring of truth is that you're probably picking that worldview up because you want to kind of live forever. And that's really the motivator. And so I stay away from those kind of arguments because I don't want to raise red flags like that. And in fact, I've come to peace personally. You know, I've come to peace with it, you know, after this, you know, subjective experience dissolves away into the ocean of consciousness, that my ego will dissolve away with it. You know, I'm fine with that. But at the same time, I can understand how it's very consistent that a life after death in some form would be supported by my view as well. Like, it doesn't rule it out either. Like materialism would. Materialism would definitely rule out life after death or consciousness after death. Actually, it rules out consciousness in life. So, you know, consciousness is just a given in idealism. So it works either way. But I try to just stay away from that because that's always the red flag that people come up with.
Yeah, man. There's an interesting comment here. This is like so multi-layered, and it always boils down to, we all act like we're rational beings, but I think what we actually are emotional beings that find the ration to fit what we feel generally. And, you know, some of us are worse than others, I guess. But so somebody said it is depressing, and that's why materialists use the appeal to motive fallacy to say that anything else is wishful thinking, but materialists often have a motive to seeming honest and brave. Yeah. Like, I'm the brave one. I can confront these things and not have to cope with it. But that is in itself also a cope. And so, like, absolutely, the argument can be made both ways. And I forgot where I was going to take that. Oh, yeah. I was going to touch on also, like, I understand.
Would you mind if I just said one thing real quick?
Yeah.
With respect to the whole depressing thing, right? When you present an argument, right? And I'm a big fan of H.P. Grice's cooperative principle, and that, you know, you're supposed to be obedient to the maxim of quality and quantity and manner and relevance, so that your argument can genuinely be heard. So if you wanted to be heard in front of an audience who was primed to have a deep resistance for what you have to say, it would be wise of you to choose certain arguments or ways of presenting yourself that lower the resistance, because it's a very difficult thing, you know, to deal with, like a new metaphysical position. So that's kind of all I was saying there. I really want to invite people to the table in the way that Alex O'Connor does.
Sure. And look, the last thing I wanted to say is just that there are different theories of truth. Correspondence theory is not the only game in town. And so to someone like a pragmatist, these kinds of things do matter. Their societal applications and benefits or lack thereof matter under a pragmatist view. So anyway,
yeah,
people shouldn't be so rigid about these things. I think that it matters. The sort of psychological implications of a view do matter, especially if it's already considered to be wrong.
Yeah. And you know, there is such a thing as epistemic circularity. You know, that I was arguing with one guy who was saying that you don't exist, I don't exist, no minds exist. That's the fallacy of the triangle, is that we don't exist to begin with. So I'm like, so who am I arguing with? He's like, nobody. You're arguing with yourself. And I'm like, well, who is myself? And he's like, nobody. So it's just like circular. And he makes a point. His point that he's trying to make is that you can be skeptical about anything. You can take skepticism all the way down. It's called epistemic circularity. So it's just that you've arbitrarily set a stopping point, and everybody's trying to compete on who's stopping the farthest down. You know, well, I go farther than you. I'm skeptical about even that. And then another guy will say, well, I'm skeptical about even that. And it's like, but you're all being arbitrary, because why not just be skeptical that you even exist?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, but it gets you nowhere. That's the problem.
Right.
Anyways, I'll keep this going. And I've got one thing that this is almost over.
That contains little object. They have a more sophisticated or complicated theory about what the relationship here is between the world as it appears to you and then its realization in the brain. So I think maybe a good analogy is to think of
hold on, pause
a computer
it real quick.
program or a computer,
Scott,
running.
Yep.
So yes, we understand that the actual scientific theory is very complicated. It's very complex, and a peasant like me could not understand it, even possibly. However, that does not make it philosophically rigorous or sound. Okay, like this hiding. Maybe just want to continue on because that shit pisses me off, man. It like yes, we know that it's complex. We know that it's complicated. But making it complex does not grant you philosophical immunity from critiques. It just doesn't. But whatever, man.
Right.
Go ahead.
I don't know, a virtual reality software or something. You wouldn't expect to open up the processor and find the room in the virtual. Like where's the Earth in when Google Earth is running? I tore open my process. I can't find the globe. Right? It doesn't work like that. There are layers of representation and layers of, and a lot of details are hidden when the higher level layers are implemented. So you have to think of it like the implementation of something that's actually quite abstract.
The story will be something like the brain will have distinctive responses to shapes in the environment. Those responses won't themselves have the relevant shapes, in just the same way as a digital recording of a shape.
Well, it just seems like they just keep parroting the same argument at this point. It's correlation stuff. We've kind of done that ad nauseum, but I did want to get to this really quick. This is in all shout outs, and Robin knows who I'm talking about. This is Deconverted Man. And I guess he used to be a Christian and now he's an angry atheist or something, I guess. I don't know. I don't mean to misframe you if that's what I'm doing, but yeah, we discussed about this triangle thing. He did a reaction, and I went through his reaction to give my 2 cents, and it pretty much went into a long, drawn out argument back and forth. And then it turns out that we're going to set up a debate. Hopefully, he's not backing out or whatever. But anyways, here's what he has to say. Here we go. Nope, not that one. Hold on. Here we go. Deconverted Man.
But let's double check. Let's make sure.
Say the triangle is not in your brain. I don't mean to say that there isn't like neural activity, which is correlated with my experience of the triangle. That's there. If I open up your brain, I will see neurons firing in a particular way. I may even be able to prod your brain in a particular way to make you experience a triangle.
Okay, so now he's clarifying even more. If I did find this location of the triangle in your brain with the right zappy things, we could zap you and make you experience triangle in your brain. Mm-hmm. Okay, so literally at that point, we have the answer to your question. If you could indeed make a triangle appear in my head, that's where in the brain the triangle is, Alex. Now, I don't know where that is. I think
this is where
I don't know where that is.
This is where I like to employ something like the radio analogy. right? So let's
Yeah.
imagine we have a car radio. I could mess with the circuits of the radio. I could get little electrodes and play around in the circuits of the radio and change the way the music plays. Have I located the people that are talking through my speakers? Like, obviously not, right? But I can stimulate and actually, you know, I can push buttons on the front of the radio to change the station. Have I found the location of the radio stations? Now, I don't think that the brain is actually a radio. I think that that's really just a good metaphor for idealism or non-duality. But that being said, like, it just demonstrates that relying on that kind of evidence to establish that specific conclusion fails, because it just doesn't necessarily follow.
Yeah, you know, I in the comments section, you'll see it if you go there. I was back and forth. I said that's kind of like saying, you know, I hear music come out of this radio. I've never seen this radio thingy you speak of, but here you've presented this radio, and I hear this music coming from the radio. So upon closer investigation, whenever I pull the battery out, the music stops. So this battery, that's what's producing the music. If I just take this battery out and charge it and put it in and all these kind of things, and that's where the music is, right? Yeah. And we know we have the benefit of knowing better. So we know that analogy fails. You know, it's open to failing, you know. So yeah, you know, it's funny how it's never new argument. It's always the same tired arguments. And like the split brain one too, you know, if you split the brain, you split consciousness in half. That shows that the brain is what generates the consciousness. Just split it in a million pieces and you'll have a million different consciousnesses coming out.
I mean, look, I was having this discussion with somebody earlier. I don't even remember who I was talking to. But the thing is, right, like these split brain things, the thing about stimulating the neurons to make the experience appear, all this would be consistent with physicalism, with the idea that the neurons are just generating that experience, or that experience just is identical to some neuronal pattern. Yes, it would be consistent with that view, but it's not on its own prima facie a justification to accept the view as true. Just because evidence is consistent with a certain hypothesis doesn't mean that that hypothesis is true. It means that it could be true, but the problem is that evidence is also consistent with every other hypothesis in the philosophy of mind as well.
And looking at the poll, we're at 64% of yes, that when you picture a triangle in your head, it's really there, so to speak.
Okay.
So we've got over half of the folks that can agree to that. All right. Well, look, man, I don't want to beat any dead horses. If anybody's got anything else you want to say, and look, man, let's get back together and do something else at some point, maybe next weekend or whenever you're free. Let me know. We're in the email chain. If we want to, you know, react to some of especially that Michael Levin idea sounds good. Let me know about
another thing that I would like to get together with you guys on or off cam is like to play devil's advocate, to really solve, because I mean, you guys have excellent word tracks that I haven't heard. I'm sure that I have some that you guys haven't heard, and it would just be great to be able to, you know, bring all of that together so that we have all of those ways of explaining these ideas at our disposal at once.
That sounds like a fantastic idea.
Yeah.
I can play the role of an eliminativist. It's actually kind of fun. I get to deny that the problem exists. It's a lot of fun.
Well, you know, I'm putting together a national tour we're going to do. It's called the Three Horsemen of Idealism.
or the one horseman with three masks.
So I actually have a guest waiting to ask a question. If that's okay, guys.
Yeah, go right ahead.
I'll have to relay it to you because I don't know how to bridge my audio from like TikTok Live Studio over to like what you're hearing. So
sure, go right ahead, brother.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so right now he's just delineating in science. There's a hierarchy of truths. There is, what did you say? Hypothesis, then theory. What was the observation? Yeah, right. I'm familiar. I'm familiar. I understand. Yeah. So observation, hypothesis, then a theory. So a theory is like the highest form of truth because it's been rigorously tested, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. And what does that mean? Hold on. What does that mean? Materialist theories of consciousness are based on rigorous observations. What does that mean?
We need a call-in number so we can all interact.
This is look.
Yeah.
This is actually. Hold
I
on.
can't hear.
1 second, Skate. Yeah. Look, they can't hear you, so I don't know what your plans are for the stream from this point, Scott. Were you going to shut it down soon? Because this is turning into more of a debate than a question. So I don't know.
I would like a debater to come on. I mean, if you guys are free,
Can you
like
come
I've
over
got
to
all
YouTube,
day.
Skate? Let me drop the link. It's on this guy, Scott, the Mirror Point. And also Mr. Biscuit Speaks. He's live on YouTube as well. Yeah, but you don't need to go to YouTube. You actually just need the link. Scott, can you drop the link in the Oh, here, I got a referral link here. I got it here actually.
Okay.
Oh no, not the referral link. I need the join link. Where do I find that?
Yeah. I'll do that right now. Give me just a second. Boom. I'll put it in the live chat. Boom. There you go.
Yeah, here. I'm going to make it super easy for you. I'm going to put it in this chat. And then all you do is copy that and paste it into your browser and it should bring you right here. Cool. He should be showing up.
What was the crux of his?
I don't know yet. He was just delineating. In science, there's a difference between an observation, a hypothesis, and a theory, right? And it seems like what he was where he might have been wanting to go.
There he is.
Hi.
What's up, bro?
Hey, how's it going?
Pleasure to meet you guys. And I love the conversation, by the way. It's very useful and insightful.
Cool. Glad you like it.
Yeah, where were you trying to go there? I guess the last thing that I had asked you, well, maybe you should like kind of fill them in.
Yeah. So let me clarify just from the top what I was trying to explain earlier. In science, there are multiple levels of what we consider to be truths. The first being just an observation. We see something, so we assume that that thing exists in some capacity. Second, we can make hypotheses about said thing where we think this is how that thing functions, right? That's like layer 2 of what equals truth in science. And we test those things. We try a lot of different ways of trying to observe, is this something that we can try through other methods and prove? You know, a lot of different ways to do that. And that's where we eventually land on theory. Technically, everything that we assume to be a fact is a theory. Like the highest level in science that you can even get to is theory.
Yes.
We call things fact for ease of being able to relay the universal acceptance of a thing. That's generally what that is.
Mm-hmm.
So my basic premise, and I want to elaborate a little bit further on this, is that when you talk about materialist versions of consciousness, we have rigorous ways of testing and observing and eventually landing on theories that we can prove through a lot of outside means and a lot of multiple people testing it the same way to be able to come to similar conclusions.
Can I pause you there?
Yes.
There's a lot of words there that are doing a lot of work that I would dispute, right? So let me just like try to simplify. Do you think that there is any current theory of consciousness in the same way that we have theories of gravity, in the same way that we have theories of quantum mechanics?
Well, I only think that we have theories of consciousness. I don't think we have any full-on fact of consciousness, except that I can say that I exist because I am experiencing a thing. That's about as far as I can go on that front.
Okay.
So when I say that, like, we're coming to a theory, like, this is the closest thing that we can get to. It's like whatever the best version of our explanations are right now.
The reason I ask you that question is because conveniently, I think the word theory is used a lot more loosely when we talk about consciousness. I would say that there is no theory of consciousness. All we have are working hypotheses. Okay.
Yep.
Due to the fact that consciousness is not directly observable. And I don't even think that there could be in principle a theory of consciousness for that reason. If theory necessitates that it has directly observable predictions, that could not even be the case in principle ever.
Let me before I step in though, I just want to clarify where I was going with that, and then I'll totally let you step in and say what you want to say.
Sure.
My main point getting across with this, and I can elaborate a little later as to the exact ways we do this, is that with the materialist version of things, there are many things that we can test, and we can let's say we only get to the version of things that's a hypothesis. We only ever get to a hypothesis, right? That's still further than we can ever get with non-materialist versions of consciousness, because it's based on unfalsifiable premises that we cannot test, prod, and experiment with.
Allow me to jump in there. Materialism is a reduction base in metaphysics. I think you're confusing metaphysics with physics. So physicists are metaphysically neutral.
Yeah.
So physics is about how the universe behaves. Metaphysics is about what the universe is. Right. And I think that's your confusion. So science is a pragmatic discipline. What's true in science is true enough. Is it true enough to pass these tests? And if it's true enough to pass those tests, we are going to continually bombard it with new tests as new information presents itself. And the truer it is, the more competent it is in passing these tests. So the scientist isn't interested in reduction bases. So materialism makes just as much sense of the universe that we see as does constitutive panpsychism or idealism. The universe looks just as it should if any of those reduction bases are true. The problem with materialism, right, is that metaphysics sets its own standard for what's true. And the standard that's set by metaphysics for what's true is different than the standard of physics or science, right? Because you can't actually test whether the universe is fundamentally matter or quantitative, right? And so the standard for testing in metaphysics is explanatory inference, things like explanatory depth, parsimony, right? And I think when you put those together, this is the reason that that materialism fails. It runs into things like interaction problems, hard problems, things of that nature.
But what I'm saying is that a lot of these claims about consciousness not being based in materialism is literally based on non-observation. It's not based on things that we're imposing a supposition about existence and then applying everything else on top of it. My experience in most of these situations, in the vast majority of these situations where non-materialist versions of consciousness are being supposed, is specifically to try and prop up a spiritualistic version of things that can be consistent with usually some sort of theocratic or religious baseline.
Well, I mean, if I were to start, would you mind, Scott, if I would just, if I start with a true dichotomy, either what is fundamental is a conscious being, and by being I just mean isness, or it is not, right? Mm-hmm. That's a true dichotomy. One side of that has to be true. If it's true that what is fundamental is not a conscious being, then we're left with magical thinking. Unless you can present to me how we go from something with zero consciousness becoming conscious. And since no one can do that, if you're appealing to, we mentioned strong emergence, which, isn't really telling us anything unless you can kind of present a way that it's weakly emergent or you know,
Yeah.
You kind of see what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
absolutely. And in fact, we have many, many tests that we've done on this, right? So even though we don't have a very strict, exact definition of what consciousness is, what we do have is many observations of different levels of consciousness and many ways that we can tweak with our brain to not only be able to reduce consciousness, but to increase it and to change it. We can split our brain in half, for instance, and we get, literally, it's been shown many times that we can, not many times, but a few times in specific cases where it turns into two consciousnesses.
No, it's
one
no,
that's unavailable of the other.
That's correct.
Pseudoscience.
You're talking
That's pseudoscience.
You're talking
No.
about
This is
hang on.
a real thing that's happening.
Wait. You're talking about a corpus callosotomy. In the corpus callosotomy, where the corpus callosum is split, you get two minds, not two consciousnesses.
This is where we are probably on. I think of a mind as a consciousness.
And the reason I don't is because your mind is constantly developing. Consciousness is something which isn't developing. When you were a child, you were just as aware as you are now. The difference in mind is what you're aware of. So awareness of is always under development. And so when the corpus callosum is split, your awareness of is split. So people could say like, hey, this part of my brain thinks that I'm an atheist, and yet this side, you get a whole lot of weird things. This hand is unbuttoning the shirt while this hand is buttoning up the shirt. I see how that's crazy, right? But all of those are activities within mentation. And mentation or mentality is emergent from the conscious field, according to
you're thinking of consciousness like an on and off switch, and I'm thinking of it as something that can develop and that can be adjusted and that can grow. Like our as we grow, our consciousness grows as well, because we literally, as we go from younger to older, we get a bigger brain with more transistors that can.
When you say our
fire
consciousness, when you say our consciousness, do you believe that you are the owner of one consciousness?
I am the owner of one. A semblance of what I think of as a consciousness, but really that's just a blanket that I'm throwing over what I'm experiencing. And really, I'm a collection of a billion colonies of small cells interacting.
Well, that's a mental object. That's a thought. But I'm saying you are a subject. And all of your mental thought, all of your mentation, those are mental objects. So there's physical objects, mental objects, and sensory objects, things that you can see, smell, taste, and touch. You are the subject interacting with those objects. So it doesn't make sense to take your subjectivity and say that subjectivity is something you have. It's clearly something that you are.
Okay, fine. It's something that I am.
Okay, so how can something that you are, right, this thing that you are, subjectivity, right, give me some of the properties of that which you are. You're saying you are awareness. Give me some properties of that awareness. How much does awareness weigh?
Well, I mean, so obviously the awareness weighs as much as I think the brain weighs. Awareness
weighs as much as what you're aware of. How does
no. The awareness. I'm saying I say that just because I was making maybe it's a little too tongue-in-cheek. It was a tongue-in-cheek joke that I think the brain is the consciousness, right? So I was saying my consciousness weighs as much as the brain is. What I'm trying to say is we apply a lot of meanings to many, many different things in life, right? We apply moral things on top of observational things. And I believe that consciousness, as the way that you're describing it, is one of those. We're applying a moral on top of something that is not necessarily a moral thing. That we're doing that to be able to better interact with the world, to be able to act as one specific. We survive better when we have one sense of consciousness that we're interacting with the rest of the world with, if that makes sense. I don't believe that to be the basis of who I am in the same way that you and I are. I think we're thinking fundamentally different on that regard. Does that make sense?
I don't want to
ask a question the question kind of maybe will clarify where he's coming from. So continue, Mr. Biscuit. You said how much does the if you say you are the awareness.
So do you point to any object in your room? Is there an object in front of you? Maybe your glasses, right?
Sure. Bookshelf.
Bookshelf. Okay. Give us some properties of that bookshelf, something you're aware of. You're aware of the bookshelf. Give us some properties of the shelf.
Sure. I'm aware that it's metal. I'm aware that it has a lot of pieces of paper laying on it. I'm aware that it's as tall as I am.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. Which are you more confident in? The fact that there is a bookshelf or the fact that you are aware?
I'm clearly more confident that I am aware, because that's the baseline of what I exist. There's a hierarchy
Okay.
of what I believe to be true,
So,
just like with science.
so now we have two things. We have awareness and we have that which you are aware of. And what you're aware of is transient because you were just aware of the shelf and now you're back to the awareness of my voice. There's a transient property to that which you're aware of, yet
Sure.
your awareness seems to be stable. And so there you've said true, which I think is true, that awareness you're more confident that you are aware than in anything that you're aware of. So let's put what you're aware of aside for a second and let me interview you about awareness itself. Does your awareness, like the bookshelf, it's white and it's square shaped or rectangular, right? Is awareness itself, does it have a shade or color? Is it rectangular? Can you say the same things about it?
I can apply those truths on top of it, but if I'm saying, what am I aware? Like so,
I'm not asking about awareness.
Let's reword this one more time. Just clarify for me. What specifically do you want from me on that?
Yeah. So we've looked at what you're aware of. You're aware of the shelf, and then we asked you the question: which are you more confident in? What you're aware of, or awareness itself? You said awareness itself. I agree. So let's talk about this thing you are. Right? Awareness. You are the subject and the shelf is the object. When you say I am aware of the object, that is a subject-object distinction. So now we're talking about the subject that is awareness. And you believe in the existence of this subject, right?
To the extent that I can verify it, sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and you can verify it because it is what you are. There's nothing you could verify without it. It's right. The only thing that is immediately verifiable. The other things are mediated by your senses. When you look at the shelf, that shelf is mediated by your sense of sight. And if you were to feel it, it would be mediated by your sense of touch. But the only thing which is immediate, meaning not mediated by any of your senses, is this awareness. So I'm going to ask you about it.
I think that awareness is mediated by my senses.
What sense? What does it smell like, for instance?
I think that my brain is a reaction to stimulus, and my consciousness is a reaction to many stimulus.
But that's a mental object. That's a mental object. That's a mental object. That's a thought. We're doing phenomenology now. I'm talking about your direct experience, not the things that you hypothesize. So for right now,
but this is where you and I disagree. I think that reaction is the sum of what my consciousness is. I don't think it goes further than that because I don't have proof of it going further than that.
No, that's okay. And I have a different mental thought. We could argue that. But in terms of what we can directly experience, we can also do a phenomenological experiment. I mean, unless we want to just argue hypotheses, but
But what I'm saying, the part of the reason that I was bringing up the hierarchy of truths in science, why this matters, right, is because we have different levels of what we can apply to. Is this observable? Is this testable? Is it something that I can get somebody else to observe and to test and to give me their feedback on? We can apply different levels of likelihood to a truth based on what we observe and test. And when we say that there's some, just let me finish and then I'll let you go.
I'm sorry.
When we go to the extent to say that there is something beyond what our senses are that is us, then for that to be something that I would apply like a higher level of truth to, something that would be more likely to be true than not, I would have to have some way of testing or observing that, which we don't.
What I'm saying is you're already doing it, right? So and here's what I mean. When you say that all I am is what I can sense, you've already said you are awareness and you are aware of the bookshelf. So when I say what senses, because I think you said wrongly that you have a mediated relationship with awareness. And I think that it is immediate. But if you're saying that it's mediated by your senses, tell me what awareness smells like or sounds like or looks like or feels like, because those are your senses.
Yeah, it's like everything that I taste, smell, feel, and hear. It's
that doesn't
like
make sense.
I am the sum of my experiences.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. Maybe we could go in a different direction, just for a minute. And if this doesn't pan out, then that's fine. But this is going to sound like a total non sequitur. But do you think if we were to remove all the particles out of space-time, that space-time still exists?
To be frank, I don't know. That's one of those things that I'm okay with. Like I can say that's above my ability to know.
I respect that.
And that's fine. I would say yes. I would say that space-time still exists as the necessary substrate for particles, right? You can't have a particle without first having a substrate that the particle exists on or in and whatnot, right? And so I would say the same thing applies logically to this idea of awareness. Awareness is necessarily prior to awareness of something.
Right.
So it could not be the case that the somethings create the awareness when the awareness is required for the somethings to arise to begin with.
I see. This is where I think we disagree. I think that consciousness is a consequence of existence. I don't think it's a baseline for it. I don't think
I'm not
that,
even talking about metaphysically, though. I'm just
Yeah.
talking about
No, I'm talking about
just like your own consciousness.
right. But correct me if I'm wrong. And so if I'm misstating what you're saying, then please tell me that I'm saying it wrong.
Okay.
What it sounds like you're saying is that consciousness is similar to that. If you were to take everything and all the particles out of the known universe, there would still be space there because there has to be something there for the particles to have been taken from in the first place. And you're saying that consciousness is the same, that consciousness would have to exist before the interactions of particles in the first place.
No. I'm saying that consciousness is the same in the sense that before there can be an object of awareness, an experience, there has to be awareness, right? That experience is appearing in a field of awareness that you call your consciousness, right? And this isn't about the universe. This is just about, like, for it to be possible for you to have objects of awareness, there must be awareness simplicator. It's a logical necessity.
Okay,
right? So awareness
yeah,
is
sorry.
the substrate for objects of awareness. Similarly, space-time is the substrate for particles.
Okay, so let's go back to my talking to what we were talking about with my awareness of the bookshelf. Okay,
Yeah.
My awareness of the bookshelf, you're saying, is like it comes because I already had a status of awareness first, and thus I can observe the world, the bookshelf. My point is, I'm saying that my level of awareness of this bookshelf is directly a consequence of how many neurons I have of the ability to fire, and in what ways to be able to interpret it. Like my conscious, if you were to take away half my brain, my awareness of this, the level of awareness of this bookshelf would decrease down to the extent that if you were to reduce me down to a single cell or two that continue to exist, like it would just be a reaction to, am I being touched or am I not? You know, like a simple amoeba or something, right? Like there is a level
I agree
to
with
all
everything
of this.
I agree with everything you said just then, because mind and what you're aware of are very, very, very tightly correlated. But in looking at the bookshelf, you have foregrounded it and you've backgrounded things which aren't the bookshelf. That's what you do when you pay attention. If you're foregrounding my voice, you're paying attention and you're ignoring background noises, right? So this foregrounding and backgrounding is a landscape of salience. And what Alex is kind of trying to say is that that landscape is filled with stuff, right?
Yeah.
So when I try to remove you from the salient objects, I'm trying to kind of show you that awareness, right, can stand on its own. And I can show that to you by showing you that though you believe in awareness more than you believe in anything you're aware of, that's something that you said, awareness doesn't have any of the properties that you attribute to the things you are aware of. It doesn't have a sound, a taste, a smell, a texture.
Okay, so to clarify what you're saying, if we were to take every particle out of this room, you think that I could still be a consciousness aware, including my body?
Correct.
Like everything except without even including all of my particles, I can still be in a consciousness and aware.
That's right, because it's what you are.
Okay.
Everything in the room is what you have.
Okay, then I'm going to go to the next step. How do you test that? How do you prove that?
Well, testing is for science, and we're talking about metaphysics. So in metaphysics, the standards are not the same as for physics.
But this, if we're trying to come to a conclusion on truth, right? And this matters. This really does matter, because a lot of this is getting into
sorry. I have to interrupt you here because you've kind of been on this notion the whole time you've been up here, and I think it's based on a misunderstanding. It is not only idealism, which is unprovable via scientific methodology, it's also materialism, right? Materialism is not provable, right? You were saying that when you came in. That's why I was like, what do you even mean by that? Because there is no experiment, and this is not controversial, right? Anybody can go and look this up. There is no experiment that can say materialism is true or idealism is true. So it's not something that like is lopsided in favor of materialism because they make testable and observable predictions. That's just not the case, right?
Well, but it is though. But it is though, because what on its face, you're correct that everything has to be filtered through our awareness to be able to come to any kind of a conclusion whatsoever, right? But what I'm saying is, at least through my ability to sense and see the world, which is the only thing that I have in terms of what allows me to come to a truth conclusion, there are many ways that I can go and test materialism and come to different hypotheses and theories on that.
You can't test.
I can open up my brain and poke it and see what my body does.
That's not a test from materialism. Materialism is a reduction based in metaphysics.
But what I think you guys are missing my point here.
All you're doing, no. Look, all you're doing is showing that there's a correlation between what we call the brain and what we call our minds. Nobody disputes this. This is not a test of materialism.
I can tell you many ways that I can test materialism. You cannot tell me any ways that I can test non-materialism.
Go ahead. Tell me one way, because the first way didn't work. Tell me another way.
Okay. If we're going to go to that level, literally none of us in interacting with anything and come to any kind of truth, and truth doesn't matter. None of it matters. I don't understand the point here.
I'm just telling you, you're making a category error.
It's just a mistake. It's just a mistake. Like physics is great, science is phenomenal, and they're doing great work, right? But they're not testing materialism. Materialism says that what is fundamental to reality, which science doesn't care about what's fundamental to reality. They care about what works in the universe. It's a pragmatic discipline. Science is figuring out how the universe behaves, not what they don't care about ontology and metaphysics and what the universe deeply is. So there is no scientific test, the conclusion of which is the entire universe is fundamentally matter.
That is not true. Like, science is there to test any premises that is possibly observable. And if baseline existence is something that is possibly observable, we're going to try to get to the point where we can. The whole point of science is that you make steps to try and further and evolve your understanding of things.
So let me ask you a question then on that point you just made. Are you saying that anything that can't really be tested and verified is meaningless?
I'm not saying it's meaningless, but it's meaningless to me in the practical sense, because if there's no proof, because let me clarify, if there's no proof of a thing existing, it may as well say anything. Anything could exist, and if there's no proof of it, then I don't have any way to say that should exist on a higher plane of importance in my life or to anybody's lives.
But
that's something that I can test and I can.
So how do you verify the verification principle?
What's up?
So how do you verify that verification principle you're talking about?
You said if it's valuable to you, then it has to be verified. But that principle is not verified.
How do you test that?
I test it through the scientific method. Like that's circular.
That's circular. You're saying that
it's literally not though. Like the scientific method is a process. It just says this is the things that we can come to the best conclusion are potentially true.
I don't think you're understanding it. So you made a statement.
You're telling me to skip baseline reality, and that's what I don't quite understand.
No, he's not. He's saying you made a statement which goes like this. The only things that matter are that which is verifiable, right? He's asking, how do you verify that statement is true?
Okay, so I can test that by saying that I don't care about a thing, but I do care about another thing, right? I care about the thing that could potentially harm me through the best sense the senses that I can. I don't care about the thing that would probably not harm me as much. Those things are kind of two levels of things that I care about, right? I have a level of caring. Maybe I do care about the baseline existence that's beyond what I can test. But what I'm saying is that that has a much lower level of importance if it's not something that I can prove.
I don't think you're really tracking the question, but we can kind of move on. Can you verify that I am conscious?
I can only verify that you exhibit what I believe to be similar symptoms of consciousness.
Right. So my consciousness goes beyond definite verification.
Right. But what I can't, what I can do though?
But you believe it anyway,
I can test your brain. I could hook you up to one of those machines that scans what your brain's activities are doing.
Yep.
We can literally get information that from you that would on a screen project things that you're thinking about.
No, this is
triangle is in your brain, Alex.
No. This is literally something that you
Skate, my guy, my friend. Look,
if you guys don't care about what the science says about this, then it's fine. But I'm saying that's a baseline.
Don't do that. Listen. Which one do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about the verification principle, or do you want to talk about the conflation of science with metaphysics, or do you want to talk about the misunderstanding that an EEG can read my mind? Which one? You pick.
So it can read surface level understandings of things that you're going through, but like, just to clarify. But what I want to, I guess my struggle is that I think that your version of metaphysics basically steps beyond what you can prove as a baseline reality and makes claims about things that are not fundamentally testable or provable. So I can't. What I'm curious about is what. Answer me the why. Answer me the why. Why? No, please let me finish the question. Please let me just finish. I will shut up. I will shut up. Okay, I will shut up.
Go ahead. No, you're fine.
Answer me the why should I care if it's something that shows that it's no more provable than Spaghetti Monster?
But science can't. Science doesn't prove things. Science. So if you're looking for proof, you're looking for mathematical syllogism. But science isn't in the business of proving things either.
It is. And I'm really frustrated that you're convoluting that, because you can apply science to metaphysics.
Falsification, man. It works through falsification. It's not proof things.
Science can only prove false. Science can only prove false. It can never prove true, which is the reason I said the scientific truth is only true enough to pass the test. And if it's passed the test, it's going to get hit with another test forever. Right.
And so look,
science doesn't prove things.
I can throw you a bone.
And each time you pass a new test, it improves your understanding of that thing. But every single time it'll improve your understanding.
Improve is not prove.
Right. So look, I can throw you a bone though. So although I think it's fundamentally confused, you kind of have baked into the way you're talking about this that materialism is provable via science. This is very confused. Now, that being said, right, I can throw you a bone. The evidence in favor of some view like idealism or panpsychism is the hard problem of consciousness. So the very notion that these subjective experiences are not reducible in principle to physical processes is evidence in favor of the view that a deeper explanation is needed, right? And if it's not emergent, it is fundamental. So if I reject emergence, then I must accept fundamentality. So like that being said, none of this is provable. Materialism is not provable, dude.
There's provable and there's absolute provable. You can get to like a this is the best of our understanding type of a conclusion. Like we can come to some common understandings about things based on common observations. And to say that we can't is to just deny our united reality.
Still have
right?
not given me any examples of experiments that would confirm materialism is true.
Because every time that I give you an example, you go back to saying that because my awareness is only based on me and whatever I can observe, it doesn't matter. You say you go back to that baseline every time.
Anybody said that. I don't think.
Okay, then let me repeat this. Okay, let me repeat my examples.
Example of an experiment.
You can open up my brain, poke it, and watch what I do.
Okay, and what do you think? Now pause. What do you think that demonstrates?
It demonstrates that that my brain makes my body do things. It can change. It can also change. It can also fundamentally change how, if you hit too hard, it can change how I observe things. And I could tell before, hey, I could observe better than I used to after I got hit.
Let me ask you a question, right? If I were to open up a car radio, like get into the back of it, right, and probe it with electrodes, am I going to change the way the music plays?
Maybe.
Yeah, like I think it's safe to say. But have I found the people that are talking through the speakers?
Oh, you have found a way to potentially triangulate them if you have the right tools to do so.
No. I'm just talking about based on the correlation I found. I found a correlation between the activity I'm doing in the back of the radio and the music coming out of the speakers. Right? Can I then conclude that the people in the radio, the people talking through the speakers are inside of the radio?
No, but what you can tell is that there's radio. But what you can do is infer that there's radio waves because it is a radio tool, and you can say that those waves are coming from somewhere, and there are technologies you can use to triangulate where those things are coming from.
Yeah, in the case of this example, right, we know better because we know how radios work. We know what radio waves are.
Right.
Problem is, we don't know how brains work, right?
We know a lot about how brains work. We know a lot about it. We don't know completely, but we know a lot.
Listen. The point I'm trying to make here is the evidence that you're using as support of materialism being true simply does not support that conclusion. All that evidence can do is establish a correlation, full stop. Any conclusion that you would like to make above and beyond a correlation is just an assumption. So again, this goes back to the notion that you keep pointing out there's some way to test materialism. Like, yeah, this evidence would be consistent with materialism, but it's in no way, shape, or form some kind of a priori justification for materialism.
And what we're coming back to again is that you're denying that any kind of non-a priori observation is something that can be applied to truth in the first place. Like we can't make any make any like useful assumptions about that.
No, I'm telling you, you can make whatever assumption you want. That doesn't look. The whole reason we went down the road of the radio analogy is because you said there are experiments that can be tested that demonstrate materialism is true, while there are no experiments that can be tested that demonstrate idealism is true. I said, no, that's not how this works. You cannot test directly for metaphysical conclusions, right? So you brought up this example of, when I mess with your brain, your experience changes. So I brought up the radio analogy, right? I said, when you mess with the radio, the music changes, right? I'm trying to tell you that the evidence that you brought up is consistent with multiple hypotheses. So how could that possibly be a proof of materialism?
It's what gets us to the theory of materialism. Okay, the theory of materialism that allows me to say there's something I can interact with. There's something that I can test. There's something physical that's there. That if I do something to it, some reaction happens, and I can do enough testing and probing to be able to make an assumption about how that thing functions. I cannot do the same about the metaphysical approach that you guys are saying here. Like I can't test or prove anything.
Materialism is not a theory.
It is a metaphysics. We're not the only ones taking a metaphysical approach. So are you.
Yeah.
So what is the end? What is the end? What is the functional end?
It's not a hypothesis. It's not a theory. It doesn't like scientists may presuppose it. I'll give you that. Like scientists may think in their minds that, fundamentally at the end of the day, it's all going to turn out to be matter. But that's not what they're doing in the lab, right? They're figuring out the way things work so that we can make predictions about the future. They're not worried about reduction bases in metaphysics. When you said, if I touch your brain, if I probe your brain, I can make you have this experience. And you said that that's a proof of materialism. It kind of showed that you're not really understanding what materialists mean when they say, like what do you think materialism is?
My fundamental understanding of materialism is that our existence is based on physical things. That what makes up us, that what makes up the universe are existing physical things. Yeah. That is my baseline of what I think materialism is.
I think that's decent. To tighten it up a little bit, if you wouldn't mind, I would offer what the materialist is saying is that something like quantities like in the case of physicalist, it would be like amplitude, vibration, frequency, mass, charge, momentum, right? Mass, charge, momentum would be like classical physics, right? That is going to be the reduction base, meaning that reality cannot be reduced any further than those properties. That's what the materialist is saying. So when you say, if I touch your brain, I can make some kind of experience, that is by no means even close to a proof or even evidence in favor of the claim that what is fundamental are those properties.
I think maybe we're misunderstanding. We can always make the assumption that there's something more fundamental. We just haven't been able to observe it yet. We did not used to be able to fully understand what quantum is. Like that is a whole new thing in science where we're trying to understand a different layer of the world that seems to interact with physics and that seems to have physics that are different than our atomic and above level of understanding, right? Like our our ability to observe is also very much predicated on the ability to understand the reduced levels of these things that we have observed too. So like we see gravity, we think, okay, stuff is attracted to other stuff, and we didn't understand what the full level of that was until Einstein comes in and says we're literally bending, space-time such that it's, you've probably all seen that like example where you put the bowling ball in the middle of the trampoline and it's bending things into it. Like we further and further our understanding based on observations and further reducing, right?
Let me ask you this. Let's like simplify this a bit, right? You gave an example of how you stimulate the brain and experience changes, right?
Yep.
How would an experiment like this rule out something such as constitutive panpsychism? Because if we're saying that it's a proof of materialism, it must rule out other views. So how would it rule out constitutive panpsychism?
It doesn't absolutely rule out. It just gives us a much higher likelihood that our observation around materialism is more likely.
How does it make materialism any more likely than constitutive panpsychism?
Because I can interact with it, I can test it, I can see what's happening, and I can get feedback. All I have.
I don't think
about the metaphysical versions that you guys are. All I have about your guys' presentation of it is just what you're saying about it. I don't have a way I can even test it.
We haven't presented panpsychism yet.
Okay. So present to me. What is a proof that consciousness is more fundamental than material existence? What's a proof?
Skate.
Or a test.
I'm not trying to offer you proofs, right?
Or
Science
a test.
Does not offer
Give
proofs.
me a test.
Just track with me here for a second, right? You made a claim. You said that there are experiments that would demonstrate proofs or evidence in favor of materialism, right? Now, for this to be the case, right, those experiments would have to rule out other views in the process. This is how the scientific process works. It has to be more like this because it can't be like this.
Well, it's not that it can't be, it's that it's more likely. More likely.
Yeah, more likely, whatever, right?
It's important. That's an important distinction.
Can you do you even know what constitutive panpsychism is?
Clarify it for me because I'm not fully aware of your version.
So just to be clear, this is not my view. I'm just using this as like a simplification, right?
Mm-hmm.
But constitutive panpsychism is just the view that there are these simples, like you could say they're simple physical things such as particles, and each one of them has also the property of consciousness. Okay, and then when they get together in complicated enough ways, like in brains, you get what's called like human consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how would that experiment that you presented rule out in any way, shape, or form, or even make it less likely that constitutive panpsychism is true?
Because we can test the many different processes that go into making a consciousness and the different levels and sub pieces of it too, to be able to get different properties of it.
That doesn't mean anything, brother. That doesn't mean it. You just said words.
So why does it not mean anything? Clarify, just very, very simple, because it seems like we're not on the same page. Why does it not prove anything?
So I've got, my brain is made of particles, right?
Yes.
And each one of those particles has a little bit of consciousness.
Okay.
When you put the particles together in a really complicated way, such as a brain, you get a human experience, right? Now, it follows from that view that if you stimulate the brain or mess with it in certain ways, you're going to alter my experience.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how is that ruled out in any way, shape, or form? And how does that experiment somehow lend itself towards materialism over any other view?
Okay. So in that case, in that specific explanation, it doesn't rule anything out, but it also doesn't prove anything either. Like I cannot make that assumption that I cannot make the assumption that there is a consciousness there. I cannot make the assumption that there's not, because the only thing that I can make an assumption on is that I know that when I increase the number of particles that are working together, the level of consciousness increases.
So you know what we just came to agreement on? The science is underdetermined for this question. It's a philosophical one. It's a metaphysical one. It's not a scientific one. That's what we just established.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is what we understand to be consciousness, what we can apply actual attributes to, that level of consciousness that we see and we observe, we can acknowledge that we are who we are, like the ability to just even do that, we can apply to, we can apply like what we've observed through science to that. Like I can say that I understand who I am because I have many neurons that are all firing off in such a way that it's telling you that I am an existence, right? But if you were to, you could take that away. There are people who don't understand that they are in
There's
existence.
a paper I want you to read, bro.
Yeah.
It's called The Metaphysical Neutrality of Cognitive Science. I had the author on my podcast a couple of days ago. His name is Jeffrey Yoshimi. He's a cognitive scientist and philosopher. Okay. Yeah. This is not what we're trying to tell you here is not controversial. Look, the science is neutral, bro. Like it's just a fact. I don't know how else to explain it where it would make sense. Maybe someone else has some other way to explain it.
No, I think we've kind of reached kind of an impasse. I think, from my engagement, I feel like to me, and this is not saying, I am objectively true, but to me, it seems that you kind of came in with a misunderstanding of the scientific endeavor.
No, I came in misunderstanding the metaphysical side of what you guys are claiming. I'm trying to understand that better, but I understand the scientist side of it a little bit better. But
yeah. And it seemed that you kind of misunderstood materialism as well, or the endeavor of the physicalist in metaphysics or the materialist in metaphysics. And so, like, I would just say to do a bit more digging. Like Alex has some things he's going to send to you, and then I would love to kind of re-engage at that point.
Okay. So the best place you can send me, the best place you can send me some links, by the way, if you just go at Skate Physics on Instagram, that's where I get a lot of messages. If you just mentioned that we were the ones who had the chat, I'll read whatever you want to send me to read. I will happily read whatever you want to read. So anyway, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, sure. I was just going to offer maybe one more analogy for the road for you, because you're so science-minded, physics-minded. One that I usually like to use is kind of a comparison. So like local brain measurements that we're talking about kind of relate to consciousness the way local curvature might relate to space-time in general relativity. Yeah. But unlike physics, we lack the formal bridge that would justify turning that correlation into identity in that case, right? So it's sort of the same thing. It's like, yeah, we can measure local tweaking of your mind, with the Phineas Gage, he had a pole shot through his head. It changed his personality totally, right?
Yeah.
That's a local, and a lot of people say, well, that proves that the brain generates consciousness because you've affected his brain, you've affected his consciousness. But really all you've really done is affect his expression of consciousness in a different way. Kind of like the split brain thing you brought up. And a lot of people bring this up, and it kind of makes me kind of sad because the split brain research doesn't say that the brain splits consciousness. It splits perspectives. There's a 2017 paper, and I'll go ahead and share it because even Sam Harris gets this confused, and it kind of really blows my mind that as a neuroscientist, he should know better than to kind of peddle this kind of stuff. And it sounds cool. It really does. I'm all for it if it was true. But like this paper, you can go and look at it from the Oxford Academic, split brain, divided perception, but not undivided consciousness. And it goes on to tell you why.
Okay, I've screenshotted that. I'm going to look it up a little bit later. And also you can send me, if you guys want to send me some materials to go over with, I'm happy to read whatever you want to read. I want to give you just a quick baseline on why I care as much to kind of like push the way that I have on this. I was originally on your side of things with the metaphysical understanding of the world. I was a dual major in biblical theology and ancient Hebrew. That's where I started a lot of my experience with this. I grew up heavily Christian, like studying scripture with the goal of eventually going into missions. I eventually left that because I had a lot of other separate problems. It's not relevant to this conversation. But what I realized in the process of deconstructing and leaving is that a lot of those basic understandings of the reality that I was applying what I now believe to be mishappened truths to, because I wasn't using these kinds of observations, ended up actually causing real harm to me in my life and to other friends and people that I know. And I for me, like, truth matters, right? the ability to be able to parse apart what is or is not reality makes a big, big difference for me because of what I came out of and what and now how I live because of that. And that's why I'm adamant about like trying to be able to have a baseline understanding of what is true.
Can I make a suggestion?
In that sense,
I understand 100%. We were just talking about that. I came out of a Christian church background, really fundamentalist. And when I got out, I was an angry Christian. And so I denied anything that sounded anywhere relevant to what the church taught. So when it came to consciousness, I was all like, hey, it comes from the brain. It doesn't come from no soul or anything like that. So fuck that. There is no afterlife. Screw that shit. I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it because this church has fucked my brain up with so much bullshit over the years. I don't want anything to do with any of that magical thinking bullshit, right? And so for years, over 30 years, I went through life just a happy atheist. I went from an angry atheist to a happy atheist. But then I started thinking, well, if I really apply the same skepticism I do against religion, can I kind of apply that same skepticism to physicalism or materialism that I'm kind of taking on board with my I'm still an atheist, by the way. But I said, yeah, I could and I should. And that's kind of what led me here. So actually skepticism has led me to where this worldview landed me. So
yeah,
I just wanted to mention that.
To kind of like
which is cool, by the way. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing as well, Skate. I think that gives us a lot of insight, and it's not entirely unexpected. I must say, like, look, man. I would just say that you know, you don't have to like do what I say. You don't have to listen to me. You don't like whatever. But I feel like you should be careful not to let the emotionality of your past life direct where you go in this life. That you know, because I think that what I tend to see from people is that we swing from one extreme to the other. And there really is a middle ground in there. And it's certainly not materialism. That's just the opposite of what you used to believe.
It's not just the opposite of what I used to believe. It's I in that time period have learned a lot about how to be able to apply rigorous like understandings of a lot of different variations of existence. I'll go on long research tangents about random things just to be able to better understand and have a better overall functional, useful worldview that allows me to navigate the world without falling into pitfalls. That's one of the big things for me, right? And I think that part of my trouble that I have with this the what you're presenting with these metaphysical like consciousness beyond the what we can observe. I'm going to say suppositions, but like what you're putting out into the world here, I just believe that is something that is very similar to what I've seen in every religion since ever, and it's not something that I've ever seen pan out with an actually positive mindset towards the world that actually improves things for average people. Like I feel like it mostly just drives people back to whatever the default religion is that they lock into to be able to apply those that we are a bit more than we exist as.
Have you ever heard of non-duality?
I probably know the concept, but I don't know the term. Go ahead and clarify.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I really want to like give a rigorous accounting of it at this point. I would just say that I think you might be representing a straw man of what, like, you never really asked for clarification on the view.
Like, I did. I asked to prove the prove the premise that consciousness can exist. Like, give me a test even that consciousness can exist beyond the physical.
Right, but that's not the view. We don't think consciousness exists beyond the physical. We think the physical is an appearance within consciousness. Right? We don't think that it's like floating around somewhere. We don't think there's a human mind like floating outside of a human body. At least I don't.
No, I don't.
Right.
So your assumption then is that you can that your consciousness shapes what the world is.
That's part of it. That's not an assumption. I would say that's science, but I think that the science of perception is pretty solid on the idea that like naive realism is false, like for example. But no, I mean, the idea is that, yeah, consciousness is universal, but it's not anything magical. It's not in some far off realm. It's not in another dimension. It's just this. The physical stuff is what that consciousness looks like.
Right, but I guess my problem is every time that I've asked you to like give me a test that we can use to even go about.
That's not how
like, be able to prove it. Right, you just get to say that it's not, that it is this way, and not show any
proof give me
of
a
it.
test for materialism, right? And
And every test that I've told you, you just keep going back to saying, well, but that's not a thing you're actually doing. It's just like a it's nothing. To clarify, you're saying you're only doing that in your mind. That's what you're saying. So
the test is very immediate, like the same way that, you know, it's even better. It's even a better test than what a methodological materialism would present, right? Like on idealism is going to say that, you know, because we're talking about epistemology, you know, when science, you know, you talk about how do we prove something? How do we test something? That relies on, you know, how you know things, you know, the theory of knowledge. How do you know? By experience. Well, all idealism is saying is that if you want to know what's fundamental, then just ask yourself, what is fundamental to doing experiments in science? It's consciousness. You have to be conscious. That's the first thing you know. That's the primary thing, is that you think, therefore you are, or you experience, therefore you exist. So that's the first thing. That's the epistemology that you can test. Am I aware? Yes, I'm aware.
I think that you need to understand as well, Skate, that materialism is a metaphysical view. It's not a scientific view. And so when we're talking about metaphysics, whether it's materialism, idealism, panpsychism, dualism, right? The criteria by which we judge a metaphysics is not direct testability necessarily. There's 5 criteria in general: logical consistency, or internal consistency, logical coherence, parsimony, explanatory power, and there's one more that I can't remember right off the top of my head. And so the empirical adequacy of a view does factor in to the legitimacy or the truth value maybe of that view. But it's not something that gets decided with a single experiment. I'll give you an example, right?
But with many experiments, how about many experiments? Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you can reduce the empirical adequacy of a view via many experiments. So like, for example, quantum mechanics. For decades, we have been, not we, I mean, I'm not a physicist, but they have been undergoing these, what are they called? Bell tests, right? Which Bell did a mathematical theorem that said, look, if you observe correlations between particles that are above X, this thing called local realism must be false. And that's exactly what they did. Over 40 or 50 years, they observed correlations between particles that were above X. So the conclusion is local realism is false. Now, also, there was a different inequality called Leggett's inequalities. And this tested specifically for something called physical realism. Okay. Physical realism is the idea that physical stuff has definite physical properties, regardless of measurement or observation. And what they found testing Leggett's inequalities was that physical realism is false. Now, physicalism or materialism, which is the idea that everything in reality is reducible to particles, fields, and forces with definite physical properties, relies on physical realism. So this is an experiment, or a series of experiments, that reduces the empirical adequacy of that. It makes it look very unlikely to be true. But is anybody like, oh, this is proof that physicalism is false? I mean, it just doesn't work that way. You reduce it incrementally.
I just want to clarify, like when it comes to the quantum stuff and our inability to match what happens in quantum to what's happening in our traditional understanding of physics, that is actually something too where we have been able to further and further fine tune what we understand about the quantum field to better make it align with what actually happens in reality. And it used to be that they just had like simple experiments. We're talking like double slit experiment, right? Where they just pass the lasers through a dot and like through a really thin line, and the light particles will pop up on different places randomly compared to what they're which is where they got to the idea that the quantum world is only true once it's observed, right? Like that was their baseline.
It's funny though, because the Leggett thing is actually a mathematical proof that was tested and confirmed. That shows
and they won
that
a Nobel. Nobel Prize was awarded back in 2022 for it. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And it was a literal, but the point here is it was a literal mathematical proof that was tested and confirmed that shows one of physicalism or materialism's core tenets, namely physical realism, is definitely false. And yet there are materialists everywhere. Okay. It just does not work. There is no experiment that's going to make someone say materialism is false or idealism is false or whatever. It's just not how it works.
You can send me, this is the study on the page, right? If I screenshot this?
Well, this is another one. Screenshot it. This is another one that you'd probably be interested in. It's from Lawrence Krauss and a lot of different researchers. I don't know if you know who they are, but they're physicists, and one is a public speaker. His name is Lawrence Krauss. Anyways, he wanted to debunk the simulation theory, which he did. But the way he did it and what he found out, to his surprise, is that fundamental to the universe itself is not materialism, because matter and physicality is all measurable into mathematics, the language of mathematics, which is the more rigorous language that physics use to describe stuff. But he says that the universe is not describable ultimately with mathematics. It depends on understanding. There's no equation for understanding equations. And this goes into like Gödel's theorem, incompleteness theorem, non-descriptive theorems, and so forth and so on. But it's a really good paper. You can check that out. And it's just if you're looking for some sort of out there science, some sort of science that points to it, or math, this stuff could be helpful, is all I'm saying.
Okay. If you want to send me those resources, I will read whatever you send. So I will absolutely read whatever you send on that front. But like I guess we just have a fundamental difference at this point, and what we can assume to be true as a baseline. Like maybe because of the fact that I rely on my own existence and ability to observe things, to be able to interact with reality. I take these views because I don't have a way to interact with the baseline reality. I can't, and I don't have a way to test it. Like I can't make an assumption about truth because of that. But if there's ways to do it, that you can show and you can repeat and you can put through the process of testing, I would 100%.
Yeah,
be interested in exploring what those are.
The last thing I'll try to say is like, I think it was Watts who said, a fire is always going to struggle to burn itself, just like your left eye can't turn around and look at your left eye. There's a point at which you have to understand that there's a knowledge regarding the thing you are. And that's participatory knowing. So a lot of times we get confused into thinking that all knowledge is propositional knowledge, that I have to have a proposition which corresponds to reality. But there's a procedural form of knowing, which gives you access to skills. And those are not propositions. There's perspectival knowing, like when you read a good book, a good fiction book, you get to learn different perspectives. And then there's participatory knowing, right? Awareness or consciousness, by participating in it. And when you try to remove yourself from the participation in it and then, exact it in order to, put it to a test, you have to understand that what you're trying to test is yourself. It's your being mode. And so one thing that I would recommend, and I'll shoot this to you too, is Rupert Spira. Are you familiar with Alex O'Connor? Or
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan of Alex. I think he's.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Kurt Jaimungal?
No.
Okay, he has like Theories of Everything podcast. He's a mathematical physicist.
Oh, I've heard of that podcast.
Yeah, so he has everybody from Sean Carroll to Carl Friston. I'm gonna shoot you a link. His discussion with Rupert Spira, who kind of lays these things out, and I hope that you can correspond back and let me know what you think.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. By the way, if you're like a big fan of Alex O'Connor, I love bringing up this quote. He says materialism is the most confused philosophical position in history. So you might want to.
There's a lot of things that I disagree with Alex on, but there's things that I also very much appreciate about the way that he handles things and the way.
Well,
I think my main appreciation for Alex is that he at least has found some good inlets to being able to have conversations with people in the more religious side of things without it being demeaning to the atheistic worldview.
Sure.
Because in my experience with apologetics, it's pretty bad. So
yeah, he represents atheism well. I think he makes theistic arguments better than the theists as well, which is kind of funny. But I like, the only reason I bring that up is like, maybe you should look at, not like, don't take his view at face value. I'm not saying like, trust me, bro. I'm just saying like, when you discover the reasons why he thinks that, it might make sense to you as well. That's all.
Yeah. So,
and I want to invite Robin and Joel on the stage. Robin came in first. How you doing, Robin?
Oh, I probably just way out of my league on this, but I mean, like, I'm sure y'all noticed what I said, that I'm sort of a, materialist, physicalist, but I don't think that we've been able to show the actual mechanisms for how consciousness arose, and so I'm not, I think that's maybe got us hung up there where there's a little mystery there. I do think that I kind of, what was the guy's name that came in? The one in the hat, toboggan. I can't
toboggan?
Read. Yeah,
Scott.
No, this other guy.
Man in a toboggan.
Oh, I thought he's got a toboggan on. What's he got on his head?
Who?
Skate.
Oh, Skate.
Yeah.
He's got a beanie on, I think. You got a beanie on, right?
In Kentucky, we call those toboggans, or yeah, that's.
Okay. I don't know. I picture something else when you said.
I know, because there's sleds in the north, but I'm from Kentucky. I think that maybe, like, I don't know. When I started having trouble with all this stuff, I had to go and like study metaphysics. Have you studied a lot metaphysics much, like in philosophy? Like, I think that like, I think that a lot of like people in physicalism and naturalism tend to like kind of stay away from the metaphysics part of philosophy, but I think that it's kind of important to help you to have these conversations, like to help you understand like these. I don't like, to me it was important.
Yeah, because metaphysics has a bad word. Like, religion hijacked the term a long time ago, and so now when you think of metaphysics, you think of souls and ghosts and spirits and gods and.
Yeah, and that's why I stayed away from it at first. But then when like it helps to learn philosophy and learn that part of philosophy, because it is an important part of philosophy. And it's
just
not
ontology.
Yeah, it's not just about like like supernatural stuff. That's not what metaphysics is. And so.
And Joel, how you doing today, sir?
All right, doing good, guys. What's up?
Good. Do you have any questions, comments?
Well, I was going to say I've been enjoying hearing the back and forth from the panel, so kudos to you guys for the interesting conversation. I had a lot of disagreement, but going back and putting all those points in is probably not the way to go. Scott, you and I were discussing something. I think you tried to touch on it earlier, but I was really busy at that moment and missed kind of the point. Maybe we could go through it.
Oh yeah, sure. You're talking about.
Real quick, I got to get headed, guys. It was a great conversation.
Okay.
Robin, I love your hat. That's great. From a toboggan wearer to a hat wearer, awesome. Anyway, guys, I'll keep an eye out for those messages with those resources that you had to send. And thank you so much for the conversation. It was a good conversation. So
thanks, buddy.
Man.
No problem, Skate. Later.
Yeah, good to hear from you.
Yeah. So I think you were talking about, was it the one about subjectivity versus
we were commenting on this triangle question, right?
Okay,
so that's what we were talking about, and I was just saying the point that I think I came across was that it seems like it is the case that when it comes to mental objects, we are all accessing our own mental objects directly, and nobody else has access to our mental objects.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes to these objects that go in the other category, whether you want to call it physical or deny that it's physical or whatever, that it just is the case that there is this difference. That the physical objects are,
disassociated.
We have them in common. Well, we have them in common in the sense that, I can go up and.
Oh man, call back, Joel. You disconnected. But yeah, this is a really good conversation, man. We've been getting a lot of views today too, and a lot of participation.
Brilliant. I think we should make this a thing.
We really should.
I'm working oftentimes on Saturdays, but I'll do my best.
Yeah.
I happen to be off today, so.
Because I like that one. I didn't even know Alex O'Connor, because I'm actually friends with Alex O'Connor on my Facebook. And I sent him a message that he should interview Michael Levin.
Mm-hmm.
And he never really responded. And so now I'm hearing he's interviewing Michael Levin. I'm like, cool.
Oh, okay.
I got to see that shit.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me. Brian or Stash, right, that you might know from TikTok. We're like in this group thing. It's a paid thing. Like it's with Bernardo, and he has guests come in. You get to join the Zoom call and all this kind of stuff. And me and Brian were talking at one point, and we're like, man, you know who needs to interview Bernardo? Alex O'Connor. 2 days later.
2 days later.
2 days later.
That was a great interview.
It was a good one. Yeah. Because we saw Alex O'Connor kind of independently coming to the same conclusions as Bernardo. And we're like, man, they gotta link up, dude. And then 2 days later, there it was.
There it is.
Joel
I wish I
said
could
he's
get
back.
him on my show.
I think you can. All you got to do is stay persistent. Like the universe reveals itself according to your aims.
Yeah.
So I think if this keeps happening, and like one thing that I definitely want to do, and maybe we do this off cam, but maybe we do it on cam. It depends on whether or not how free you feel when we're live. But a lot of times when we go off of live, we feel a little bit more free to experiment with ideas. Sometimes because we all get self-conscious every now and then, but maybe off cam we can like have a conversation where we really kind of beat up idealism as much as we can. You know what I'm saying? It's really good to like hit your reduction base with the heaviest hammer that you can to see whether it can stand up to it. And that's one of the things that I appreciated so much about Jay Garfield and about Dr. John Vervaeke. Did you see Vervaeke's interaction with Bernardo?
Yes.
Castro?
Oh, yeah.
He took Bernardo to task on a few things, man. And I was
and Donald Hoffman too.
I don't even know who that is.
He also interviewed Donald Hoffman, and he came in hot. He was like, look, man, you're self-refuting. Let's just get it. Let's just skip the pleasantries, man. Like, let's just get down to it. You're self-refuting when you say consciousness and this and that and this and that.
Yeah.
And by the end of that interview, he's like, dude, I found a whole new respect for you. I didn't know you were so, well thought into all these things. You gave me so many things to think about. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Like, I had no idea. So I was like, that was cool, Anyways, Joe, you're back. So go ahead, man.
Yes. Sorry about that, y'all. I think I was just in the middle of pointing out that it's the physical objects that, we can kind of access each of us in the same way, on the same level with each other. Like if there's something in the world that's observable, I can check it out and you can check it out in a similar way. Whereas those mental objects are the ones that we're definitely only able to share, when we communicate willingly and sincerely and accurately. And even then, you know, that's not a direct experience. It's just very kind of very different to, you know, imagine something that someone else is describing from whatever they're imagining. So anyway, just that this is kind of the issue here with the red triangle, right? Is that we all know that there isn't going to be a real red triangle inside of someone's head that someone else can find and see, right? But the question is whether or not whenever we're looking or imagining that red triangle, whether what's going on transcends what's going on in our brain or not. And I mean, I think it's definitely best to say that we don't know, but
I don't know if I could just interrupt for just 1 second. I don't know if transcends. I don't know that the idealist wants to say that what's going on transcends what the brain is doing. I feel like the idealist would just more along the lines of say, whatever the brain is doing is not fully sufficient to explain what's going on. Maybe that's the same thing. Maybe I'm being pedantic, but anyway, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think that we definitely have not been able to identify the mechanism. Like, I think that's, I mean, and so like we were talking about theory earlier, until we can identify a mechanism that shows causation, direct causation, and explains that causation, then it won't be a theory. Like, it won't be able to be that. And so,
well, sure, it's incomplete to the extent that we say we don't know. But
yeah. But I just wanted to say, like, that one, like Mr. Biscuit, that one comment I made where I go, and I just felt, after I said that, like, I felt terrible because I didn't mean to insinuate that you were like doing it based on feelings, like, and you shared something about your experience there. And after what I said, I felt really bad that I worded it the way I did. Because
no harm done.
Because I know, but I was more like referring to my perspective on it. And like, so it's not my job to tell other people how to navigate things based on their experience. So
sure.
I didn't want to come across sounding like I was like moraling you or something.
Yeah, and I didn't take it that way at all. It's just that like idealism is something I really live in. It's not just a propositional thing for me anymore. I think when you have a deep insight or even an epiphany, it's like so many pieces of your life make sense that the insight didn't seem to have anything to do with at first. And so idealism for someone like me, I'm a Christian mystic. For someone like me, idealism even informs my moral sense. I'm like, oh, okay. Now that I see this reduction base so clearly, it informs what I think about morality, because love would be the felt recognition of our shared being. The fact that we're one being pretending to be several beings. So it's like idealism actually informs something outside of metaphysics, and that's kind of a sign of explanatory scope, right? It's not just a good reduction base in metaphysics, but it reaches outside and kind of causes a coherence in areas beyond just metaphysics. And so that's one of the reasons I was like, hey, you know what? Like, I so think that this idealism, I think it has a power to kind of improve the world. And so for that reason, I want to be careful, with how I present it and try not to be an asshole. And that's sometimes more easily said than done.
No, I didn't take you as an asshole at all. And like, I felt like I was an asshole because like I'm, I try not to be, but like too much, because I'm real quick to like just not even consider like any sort of like religious stuff. I'm an atheist, so like I push away anything that I think is like in that mystical stuff, and so I'm kind of hard on them at first. But that's my journey, and then you have yours. So
right.
And I really felt bad after I said that, because that's just I just meant to say that was like my my position was that I valued truth over utility. And there's
no worries.
There's plenty of people who do not necessarily think that truth is more important than utility. I mean, like, and I would say that as we evolved over billions of years, that probably that utility was just as important as anything, you know. So, but anyway, so I just wanted to tell you I was I didn't mean to word it that way, and I know you didn't take it that way. So,
yeah, no worries.
And Joel, go ahead and finish what you were saying, because I'm
sorry, Joel.
Well, yeah, kind words. Yeah, I was getting. Yeah, I was kind of stab. No, it's okay. It wasn't obvious that I was kind of stabbing towards something a little more, kind of building on that. And basically, I was just going to point out that, like, that observation of those differences is maybe partly why we consider those things to be in different categories. I think it's certainly a good justification for distinguishing between them. And if we're just kind of going with what we know, and we don't need to assume any kind of metaphysical belief here, that if it's those physical things that we have in common, and it's those mental things that we definitely don't have in common, you know, that they can be similar but never the same. It just seems like such a leap to go from there to the metaphysical idea that the physical things are really mental things of a different kind, some kind that are accessible in common in the way that they are. When what we know about mental objects is telling us just the opposite. We kind of have to go in the opposite direction from the way they are as we know them. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Would you mind paraphrasing that, and then Alex?
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead, Joel.
Or Alex
can put it in his own words, and we can
sure. I can try to
steelman that. Yeah.
Steelman him. Yeah. So it seems like what you're saying there, Joel, is something along the lines of, look, there is the stuff which is external to us that is publicly observable. There's the stuff that is internal to us, which is only privately observable. It seems like there's a distinction between the public stuff and the private stuff, and it would be a metaphysical leap, maybe an unjustified metaphysical leap, to assume that the ontology of that public stuff is mental. Is that fair?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Okay. So my critique would be this. I think you use the word when you said I changed the word to public and private. You were actually using, and maybe I should have used your words when I steelmanned you. But the reason I did that is because I think the word physical there is doing a lot of philosophical work without actually making a meaningful distinction.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
I thought I cut this off by saying, it doesn't really matter to me what you call it, and I don't have to make any metaphysical assumption about it. I'm just using the word physical because that way you're going to know which category of stuff I'm talking about.
Okay.
And whether or not you want to take that as some kind of it doesn't need to be all that. As I said, I'm kind of a physicalist only in the softest sense that, like, I'm convinced of physical things. And I don't make a claim beyond that. But in this case, I think, like I'm saying, I don't even need to say, these things are physical with all that entails. I'm just kind of saying there's these two different categories. And idealism is what they're doing with what idealism claims is that category that gets called physical is in fact another category of mental stuff. Right? That's fair to say. I don't need to assume
you're saying that
physicalism in any way.
You're saying that you're a physicalist insofar as you believe that there is a reality that is external to your mind, right?
Yeah, in the sense that the physical stuff that's external to me, I think exists independently of me. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, we agree that. Well, I agree. I mean, I don't want to speak
agree
for everyone.
too. Yeah. There's an
So
outside world.
Yeah.
there is an outside world. It's just that the properties of that outside world are going to be relative to that which interacts with it. So, for example, this wall is not rough. There's no roughness on the wall. The roughness is a property that is relative to me interacting with the wall. It's not something the wall possesses, roughness, right? Similarly, it does not possess color. And we can kind of just go down the list. And so, like,
Okay,
we agree that there's a reality
I-
external to our minds. I'm not sure what it means to say that that reality is physical. And if I could just like go on a slight tangent here, because I would say that it's a jump to assume that it's non-mental. I think that we start in the mental, and the most parsimonious extrapolation is to say that the medium that we exist in is also mental, because saying that it's non-mental would be creating a new essence. It's creating a new category. And I think that when we do that, we create the unsolvable hard problem of consciousness as well. So I think that creation of a category comes at a explanatory cost.
And to say one thing quickly, so one thing that helps me with that too is that we actually are familiar with the history of quantifying the qualities of experience, such that it's easy for me to remember that the quantities come later, right? We're familiar with Galileo and Copernicus and these guys that thought to themselves, hey, if we quantify the qualities of experience, then we can do this cool scientific thing where we can make predictions, and this is really adaptive, right? And you know, that just serves as a reminder that the qualities of experience come first. We observe redness and bigness and sweetness, and then we can do the work of quantifying those experiences as an adaptive tool. But
but just to be clear, the main critique here, and you guys can maybe address it a little clearer, but I might try to give you like my reflection of what it seems you're saying in response to it. I'm pointing out that of the things that we know are mental, like our mental objects, we know are not externally accessible to other minds and other subjects, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes to these external objects that are, you're saying it makes more sense to assume about them that they are another category of these mental objects, even though there's that big difference between them, right? Yeah. And I'm saying that's a big leap.
That's an assumption.
Okay, so maybe we need to give you another shot to address that then.
Assumption.
Correct me if I'm wrong here. So sounds like what you're saying is, look, that stuff out there is so unlike what's going on in here just because of that distinction. That it's public.
It's unlike they're unalike in that specific important way that I imported that I've been pointing out.
So
the difference between direct and sole access of the subject, which is how we experience mental objects, versus that public accessibility that we can all get in on.
Understood. So you would say that this distinction alone justifies the creation of a new category called non-mental. I would just heavily disagree with this, because as soon as you create that category, you're breaking from parsimony, in the sense that parsimony is just, Occam just said, do not multiply entities unnecessarily. And so we have to ask, what does unnecessarily mean? And I think that we can rest assured that unnecessarily could mean that if you create unsolvable problems as the result of this assumption, that would mean that it was created unnecessarily. We actually don't.
Well, let me ask you something.
We actually, one second. We actually don't need the distinction of non-mental to explain anything at all.
Okay. All right. But in terms of parsimony, are you the same entity as the fundamental thing, or is the fundamental thing an entity, and then each of us is an entity, and so on?
Yeah, it all reduces to one universal field of subjectivity. It's all the same entity, just looking differently.
Okay. Well, then under physicalism, if someone was going to take the hard physicalist position, they would just say it's all one physical thing, right? And, you know, the idea that it's a new entity that we're inventing is not the case, because really when a physicalist says, hey, I think there's physical stuff, as its own category. We're saying just
But
as
Joel, where do you
categories
start?
within the one physical thing.
But where do you
right?
start, Joel? Do you start in the physical or do you start in the mental?
Let me ask you a question. What does where we start tell us anything about what's ontologically fundamental, or is that a non sequitur?
No, it's very
Because I'm always trying to tell people it's a non sequitur. I'm still waiting for someone to draw that inference for me.
It's not a
between
non
those two.
sequitur. What you come up with as a good metaphysical thesis is entirely dependent on your epistemological foundation and where you start from, right? That's how we determine what's
Why?
parsimonious and what's not, right? If we're going to talk about multiplying
No.
entities unnecessarily, it matters where you start from. And the fact of the matter is you cannot start anywhere other than in your mind and work your way out from
Right,
there.
but under physicalism, your mind is a product of the physical world. It's all one thing.
That's
So I'm
putting
saying
the
it's
cart
just
before
as
the
parsim.
horse. No,
No,
you're
it's
not listening.
it's
That's
it's
putting the
playing
cart
the
before the
exact
horse.
same card that you do when you claim parsimony
Joel,
for
Joel,
idealism.
walk with
When you
me.
claim parsimony, well, give me a second. When you claim parsimony for idealism, you say under idealism, it's all one thing. The physical stuff, the mental stuff, it's all one thing. That's the card you're playing. And all I'm pointing out to you is the physicalist can play the exact same card and say, yeah, we are very sure about consciousness, but it looks like it's just more of the same of the one big
Okay, look, man,
single
but the way you get
substance,
there,
which is physical substance.
the way you get there is by messing up the order of operations. So if the epistemological foundation is mind, and then you move to the physical, and then you try to recover mind, you're going to find that there's a fatal explanatory issue that cannot be bridged. What I'm trying to tell you is that from first principles, it is more parsimonious to extrapolate that reality is mental because it does not suffer from the same explanatory issues. And the creation of a category called non-mental
It has its
is
own
not needed
issues.
to explain anything at all. Physical
It has
does
its own.
zero explanatory work. The word physical does zero explanatory work.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm just saying that if you're talking about it, problems or gaps in the idea of how it works, every model has those. I think that idealists tend to make a bigger deal out of the ones in physicalism than they have in their own model. So I see that as being a wash personally.
Yeah, I know, but that's just kind of hand wavy, right? Like I brought up a very specific issue. Okay.
No, you didn't. You generalized. What is the specific issue?
One second, Joel. So there's two conversations playing out simultaneously, right? There's what is the necessary starting point, and then what does it mean to multiply a category like unnecessarily, right? So I would say, and hopefully you would agree with me here, Joel, that the necessary starting point when trying to construct any worldview is your own mind. If we're working from first principles, what we're trying to do is start with what's the most obvious and undeniably true. So we have a really solid foundation.
Right.
Yeah,
So
and
do
I
you
agree with
that. We
that.
start with our own mind.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
Okay.
I do. But what you're
So let's
talking
walk
about is
through it together.
epistemic.
But let's just walk through
Yeah,
it
let
together.
me just make this point though. What you seem to be addressing is a person's epistemic structure, which starts with the things that they're most sure of and kind of builds out from there. That's about what you are most certain of, and it's an epistemic structure.
Yes.
That is not telling you anything about the ontological structure of reality.
I know. I agree.
Those are two different things, and you're just kind of acting
I
like
agree.
because you start. Okay.
I agree. But we have to have a starting point, right? In order to speak
We
about
do.
ontology,
We
don't
do.
we have to establish epistemology?
Exactly, but we don't. But then we don't turn around and
We're not
conflate
there yet.
the
We're
foundation.
not there yet.
We don't go. Okay. Well,
That's
then
why
get
I'm
me
asking
there.
you to walk with me. Okay, so we both agree, right? Like that Joel exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Joel agrees that Alex K exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I agree that I exist. I also agree that you exist. And it follows from that that we exist in some sort of a shared medium. Do you agree?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
that's
So
the way we
then-
seem to be able to know that the other person exists is because we're sharing that medium.
Well, I would say that I know, well, I don't know that you exist, but I infer that you exist as a mind because you're indiscernible from me in every way.
Mm-hmm.
But that being said, right? So we agree on the first two premises. Premise 1, I exist. Premise 2, you exist. And so it follows from that we exist in a shared medium. Now, the question then becomes, and the question that's under dispute, is what do we call this shared medium? Do we call it physical? Or do we call it mental? Okay. I would contend that calling it mental sticks to parsimony, because that's where we started, is all that's needed to explain anything. All of physics can be recovered from a mental ontology. All of science entirely can be recovered from a mental ontology. It seems like the term physical doesn't do anything other than confuse the issue and create unbridgeable explanatory problems. So this is why the starting point is like important. It's not about coming to objective truth. It's about being able to make an abductive case, an inference to the best explanation based on philosophical virtues.
Well, but again, if it's not based on this idea that what we're most certain of is our own mental experience, then why are you bringing that up at the beginning of the case for it? What's the case that doesn't rely on that?
What do you mean? The way that we talk about the world is obviously based on our own experience. I don't. Yeah, I'm saying that, look, we can decide which views are more likely to be true if we establish a good epistemological foundation, right? That's not to say that whatever conclusion I come to.
I'm talking about you're talking about accepting conclusions, putting forward models that are about ontological foundations, but what is the appeal to the epistemic foundation that you keep making and then kind of denying that you're drawing one from the other? I'm saying, why is that in there? If you're not saying, hey, this thing that I'm most certain of must therefore be the thing that's the ontological foundation of reality, then what are you saying about it when you say it's the thing you're most certain of? I must be lagged out.
I'm hearing it. Did you hear him, Alex?
I think Alex is froze. Alex froze.
I think he froze. Oh, damn. Shit. Let's see if he'll come back on.
Well, Scott, you and I have talked about that issue before. That need of that inference to make that valid. But what about this idea that this difference between the categories is justified because of the differences between the things that I was pointing out, and to say that hey, this category of stuff that's all publicly accessible must be just more of the same kind of stuff. Seems to be kind of saying, hey, this stuff that acts this way in one sense must act completely in the opposite in this other way.
So my response is, make sure I'm understanding you correctly, you're defining mental as private, and then you're concluding shared things aren't mental. And that's really just assuming physicalism in disguise. So idealism.
No, I didn't say that.
Hold on. So idealism
I already addressed it, though.
It was a shared experiential structure, not something outside experience altogether.
Okay, no, that's not what I was doing. I was saying the things that we know are mental, like our thoughts, are internal, and they have this quality of being only accessible by ourselves as subjects. And then we have this other category of objects that we experience, but they're also equally experienceable to other people. And we don't have to say that that's not mental stuff, or even call it physical stuff. We can just say there's those two very different categories with those two very different qualities. And you're saying, as an idealist, you're saying that other category that's accessible to everybody, it must be the same kind of stuff as these things that are not, even though there's that very stark difference between them as objects and how we access them.
I'm going to let Alex finish, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that the privacy of some experiences don't really show that shared objects aren't mental. It only shows that experience has both private and intersubjective structures. And, you know, which idealism can explain without leaving the epistemic root, which is that mental domain that it's rooted in, that core epistemology that Alex was referring to. But go ahead, Alex, finish, because you had frozen.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where I left off at. I was just trying to explain that the only way, right, to say anything about reality or try to give some explanatory framework is to first establish an epistemological foundation, right? Because otherwise, what are we even talking about? If we don't know what knowledge is or where it begins, then what are we even talking about, right?
I agree with you. Everyone has to have an epistemic foundation in order to come to any conclusions. I'm just saying when it comes to the conclusion about what's fundamental ontologically, you don't go, oh, well, what's the foundation of my epistemic structure? It must be the same thing.
That's not what I'm saying, right?
Okay.
What I'm saying is
then saying that we need an epistemic structure seems. Go ahead.
I'm trying to tell you, Joel. So the reason I'm talking about the epistemic foundation so much is because once you establish that the most obvious thing to be true is that experience exists, which you already agreed to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we can look at the efficacy of saying that the shared medium that we exist in is also experiential, essentially. Okay? We can judge that by a number of philosophical virtues, such as parsimony, which it succeeds, such as internal consistency, such as logical coherence, explanatory power, etc. And I think that when you do a worldview comparison in this way, and you make an abductive case, it's just idealism is just going to come out on top. So it's not something that I'm objectively saying is true, like I have some mathematical proof for it. But I'm saying that it's pragmatic to take this view because it's objectively better.
Yeah. I hear you saying that, Alex. Thank you. Go ahead, Robert.
I'm wondering if I'm getting on this. I was wondering, okay, there's a lot of different idealisms, right? There's several different types of idealism. So I don't think that you are thinking that you are creating your reality with your mind. That's just, tell me if I'm wrong. That's just how you experience your reality, the reality.
I would say it like this. I would say that reality exists no matter who's looking, but the way it appears depends on who it's appearing to. And so all that means to say is that there's clearly something happening out there, but its appearance is relative to me, or anyone like me.
And I would say, and I would say, reality is immediately perceived and conceived by mediation, right? So you have a direct and immediate perception of reality, which is awareness, and then the images, the concepts, and that are experienced through the mediation of our senses.
Yes, our experience is all based on that. But what Joel may have been having trouble with, and I probably was having with too until I kind of looked at it, is like if there's a rock laying in our yard out here in the yard, and none of our mental states are creating that the reality of that rock. You know what I mean?
Well, it depends. It depends on what you mean the reality of that rock. If by rock you're referring to if by rock you're referring to these relative properties, then those properties do not exist on their own, right? So it just depends on how deep you want to go into that.
But Alex, is there an external thing that is the rock, or under your view, or what?
Yeah, there is a happening that is happening regardless of my interpretation of that happening.
But my interpretation is what I call rock.
Exactly.
So the title rock is what we give to something that has a hard texture and a certain heavy, I mean, I'm imagining a boulder, right? So like a heavy, you know, or it's cold to the touch, that's temperature, right? It'll taste salty if you lick it, right? So all of those things, if I tell you to imagine a rock, you're going to imagine a bunch of mental stuff. So what we're saying is, yes, something exists outside of my awareness of what I call a rock, but that thing is not a rock, right? Because a rock is
wait,
a term,
why isn't that thing a rock?
Because a rock is a term to encapsulate our experience. A rock is a useful term. So like when I say rock, who says rock is useful?
If some people are using it to describe, that external thing that we think causes that experience, are you telling them they're wrong for doing that? Because I think that's how I use the word when I talk about rocks. So I'm saying there's some kind of external thing, some kind of fact about reality that causes me to have those experiences, kind of like what you were talking about. Why are you telling me that I can't mean what I mean there?
I'm not saying you can't mean what you mean. I'm saying that words are pragmatic tools. So if you were to walk up to a person and say, "Go get me that piece of that numinous piece of reality which corresponds to, you know, the texture of hardness and the feeling of," they're going to be like, what are you talking about? Just say rock, right? Mm-hmm. so rock is a useful term for what our mind conceptualizes when we perceive a particular mentation.
Yeah, but if we're talking about the rock in Robin's yard, right? If we had all visited it, you know, we could all have had experiences with it, right? And bring it up. If I say to you, "Hey, you remember that rock?" I'm not talking about my internal experience of it, because no, I don't expect you to remember it, right? Like say you got down there and licked the rock, and I was like, "Whoa, Mr. Biscuits, I'm not licking the rock." And so when you talk about the rock, you're talking about your experience, which involved licking it. Whereas when I talk about the rock, I'm not talking about your internal experience. So see what I'm saying is, if you and I can talk about the common object that is the rock, we're talking about that external thing, not our internal experiences.
If I can jump in, I'd like to jump in just for a second. I think Mr. Biscuit Speaks is bringing up really a unification issue, and it's in philosophy, I think it's called the one in the many problem. So like how unity and multiplicity coexist coherently. So like, you know, really the claim here is that only a fundamental consciousness is going to ground the one, which is a unified field of awareness, and the many, which is like the differentiated contents within experience, right? So how do you solve the problem of the one and the many without it? Like, how does that work, Joel? Like any argument against consciousness presupposes consciousness to make the argument. So, you know, without a unified field of awareness, you can't account for the coherence of multiple experiences, the many. So consciousness isn't really something explained by the system. It's what makes the system intelligible in the first place.
Scott, can we go back for a second? If I were to say, "Hey, you remember when we all went to Robin's yard and we all saw the rock?"
And y'all better not.
Are you guys telling me no? Are you guys going to tell me no? The rock doesn't refer to that external object.
Yeah,
the rock refers to all of our internal experiences of it. Okay, well, that's what I'm saying is, so when we say rock, we are talking about the external object.
Yeah, look.
That's my point. Is that that's what we mean?
We all believe in external objects already.
Oh, I'm muted.
No, you're good.
No, I can hear you.
So, yeah, this is actually really simple, man. We agree that there is a reality existing external to our mind. Where we're going to disagree on, where us and the physicalists disagree on, is what kind of properties we associate to that external reality mind independently, right? So you would probably say something. Well, let me just ask you, okay? What properties exist on or in the rock or of the rock, mind independently? Because that's exactly where we're going to disagree.
Well, I'm happy to answer that. I just want to point out, it might not have been you, Alex. It might have been Mr. Biscuits, but somebody said when we talk about the rock, we are not referring to the external object. So I was just trying to hammer down the point that we are. But sorry, the question is about what. Yeah,
that's a misunderstanding. But continue.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my misunderstanding. The question about the rock now is what do I know about the qualities of it or whatever?
No. The question is, as a physicalist, assuming you're a physicalist, I think you said that. What properties would you ascribe to the rock mind independently? What do you think the rock actually is outside of your mind?
My understanding is that rocks are like formations of minerals, that have kind of formed, through different processes.
Sure. What is a mineral?
Yeah.
I'm trying to get
a mineral is like a classification of I don't know whether it's a chemical or classification or what. I don't know. What do you mean? What is a mineral?
So yeah, I'm just asking like constituents. So I mean, we can simplify this and say everything is going to reduce to particles, and the particles are going to further reduce to like quantum fields. Is that fair?
I guess that's my understanding of a subject that I'm really, I find hard to understand.
So you would say that the rock is made of particles, and those properties of those particles exist independent of your mind.
As far as I understand, everything is made of that. That's what it's all made up of. Yeah.
That's where we would disagree. We don't think that there's nothing out there. We just don't think that it's made of particles.
But you don't believe in quantum particles?
What's it
I
made
didn't say I
of?
don't believe in quantum particles.
Go ahead, Robin. Robin been trying to jump in.
Oh,
go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to know what he. That's where I just want to know what he thinks it's made of, or what's your.
Yeah. So look, I think that quantum field theory is probably the most successful scientific theory that we've ever had. I certainly don't think it's a bad thing, but I see it as pragmatically as a useful fiction, right? I think that it's very useful to describe reality in terms of particles. That being said, all I'm trying to point out here is that this is where the real disagreement lies, is in the properties that you ascribe to the world, which is independent from your individual mind. Okay. So the idealist is going to say that the world out there is non-physical, and the physicality, I should stop speaking for everybody. Sorry guys. But like my version of idealism, I'm going to say that like the world out there is non-physical. Can
you clarify what you mean when you say it's not physical? What is the exact thing that you're saying it's not? When you say it's not physical,
exact thing that I'm saying that reality is non-physical. Like
anything
and everything is not.
What do you mean when you say it's not physical? What are you saying?
No physical properties.
So physical properties are what? What are physical properties?
Relative to observers.
All right, I have a question. All right, I understand like the descriptive properties that we give the rock or whatever when we talk about the rock being sharp or hard or whatever. All of that's language. Like that's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just language that we've developed, that we share, where we can where we can talk about things and have a common understanding of what we mean by those words. Like, like we understand what cold is and hot is. And I understand that like cold and hot do not exist ontologically as something out in the universe. Like, yes, there are temperatures that are like measurable, that are, below like a temperature where we could actually exist. But that doesn't mean that cold and hot exist, because those are relative terms that we've developed to speak with each other. And I feel like, and that's where I feel like we're getting hung up right here. I feel like that we're getting up between the ideal of the mental state and the language of the mental state.
And I agree with you, and I think that what Alex is saying is both correct and kind of simple if you think of it in the way like if there is no observer, does the rock have a color? The answer would be no, because color is a transjective property. It depends on light interacting with both objects and eyes, right? So now we have.
And I agree.
And now, okay, good. So if we're walking together, we now have a colorless being, which typically goes beyond what any of us mean by rock. But if we move to taste, right? Most of us have been kids before we put rocks in our mouths. They taste salty, right? But if we say we're now dealing with a colorless, tasteless, because taste is also a transjective property.
Y'all like quit licking rocks.
We can move to they're so good though.
Yeah, he's got to make excuses. He's like, I was a kid.
I'm still a child. No, so if we move to texture, right? That's also a transjective. If we move to sound, what does it sound like when you hit it, knock it, or knock it against something else? We go to smell.
Yeah.
So we've systematically erased everything that we imagine when we correspond with so we would agree with you if you said, hey, even though all of those properties don't exist when not observed, if you go to her yard, the thing that you will interact with will be perceived by you as a rock. All of us would agree with you. So we're in agreement.
Can I hit you with a follow-up question there?
Yeah.
All those things you just listed off, those are all internal parts of your experience, right?
And that's all we mean by rock. That's the reason you can imagine.
Okay, but then you also agreed that there is an external object that's causing those internal experiences.
I said there's an external being. Being means isness.
Okay. You don't like calling it an object. There's something. There's something out there, though.
It's important because when I say the word object, I mean a sensory, physical, or mental object. And none of those,
I use it way more broadly than that because I'm just talking about a subject has an experience and an object is what they experience. So it's really broad.
Okay, so in your view, subjects and objects are two sides of the same coin.
They are the two components of experience as I'm having it. I'm a subject and I experience objects. Is how I generally use the terms.
I think I can go with you there. If we say like, look, subjects depend on objects, objects depend on subjects, that would lean toward what we're saying. If the subject is absent, so is the object.
Well, that's the thing is if you're talking about that external object, right? Like if I'm the only mind in the universe and I'm experiencing that object and then I just kind of wink out of existence, I don't assume that external thing winks out of existence with me, even if there's nothing there to experience it. Well, there you go. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about external ontology.
But there's a nuance, Joel. So we don't think, look, I'm not changing reality by looking at it, okay? But it's still the case that the properties I observe are relative to me. So reality doesn't change when I look away because it doesn't change when I look at it, right? But it still is the case that I have these internal mental representations that are not reality itself. It's an abstract version of it. It's a relative version of it.
Yeah.
Hey, family.
I agree. That's my view as well.
Got to get out
to
of
be
here.
Clear.
Okay, Mr.
Biscuit, really good talking to you.
Okay, brother.
Hey, good talking to you as always, Joel. You too, Robin. Thank you so much. And
Yes.
Alex,
Look out for my text, man.
Okay,
All right.
we'll do.
It's been great.
Yeah.
I think that's where me and Joel, like I think right there in that part right there is where me and Joel are like getting hung up on this. Don't you, Joel? Like the language, it's just the language and
Well, I'm always kind of hung up on the idea that we didn't start with like someone told us that there were physical things and mental things, and then we went out in the world and tried to figure out which was which. These two categories came about through people having these experiences and noticing these differences between things that they're experiencing. And so
but we're talking about
when people say, well, I don't want to call it physical, I'm just kind of like, well, that's very, getting hung up on the semantics of it instead of engaging in
it's not
what we're talking about.
But I think I think that maybe though that me and you are getting hung up on the actual physical item instead of like the language, like the experience of that thing. Like, am I getting anywhere right, Scott, with this?
I think you're saying that it's kind of ineffable, and then we put language to things that we experience based on.
We don't experience rocks except out through our language and our things about rocks. And so even though this actual what we call rock may exist outside of our mind.
It's what I call mistaking the map for the territory.
Yeah, it didn't become rock, and it didn't become part of our experience until it acquired those.
Like Nagel's. What is it like to be a bat? Like a bat doesn't experience the same rock as we do. A bat doesn't see it at all. It may use echolocation or something like that. Well, who's right? Is the bat right, or are we right? Who's doing the perceiving right?
But the point is
I heard you say
that a bat could see the same rock with its echolocation, that you or I might go and look at too. That's the point, is that there's something external to us. And I mean, I think what we're all agreeing on, whether we're idealists or physicalists, is that there is something external about reality that causes us to have those specific experiences, that come with those internal qualities, right? But it's like, for some reason, I feel like there's the assumption that physicalists are. Okay, go ahead.
The only thing we disagree on is what properties you would attribute to that externality, bro. That's it. That's all we just. It's really that simple.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
But which properties are we talking about? If we're excluding the things that we experience internally.
Yeah.
The language.
Well, what is it?
Physical one.
So but to me, physical, it means like it takes up space. Are you saying it doesn't take up space?
Yeah. So look, this all boils down to. All we ever have.
Well, how about a yes or no about whether, for the one example of a physical quality, you say it does or it doesn't have that physical quality?
No, it doesn't take up space.
It doesn't take up space. Okay.
No, space is a perceptual artifact, under my view.
Okay, so it's like some kind of representation of something that's more fundamentally real.
Correct.
Okay, so does the thing that's more fundamentally real cause the thing that we call space and objects?
I wouldn't say that it causes it. I would say that the thing that we call space and object is logically dependent on what is more fundamental. But if I say cause, I'm invoking time. I don't think time is fundamental either.
Okay, neither you don't want to do that.
Space
but to say that it's logically dependent isn't telling me why it is dependent. What makes it dependent?
What do you mean?
Well, in order for one thing to depend on something else ontologically, there needs to be some kind of relationship between them. And you're saying it's not a causal relationship. So what kind of relation?
There's not a relation.
Okay, so it is one thing. So when you're looking at time and space, you are looking at what's fundamental because it's the same thing.
No, Joel.
You just said it's the same thing.
No.
Well, are they two different things?
Listen, Joel, there are multiple layers that we can divide the one thing into conceptually. Ontologically, they are united. They are one. Conceptually, they are distinct.
Okay, does looking at something conceptually mean that you're no longer looking at the one thing?
Space and time is a perceptual framework that applies to basically the VR headset that you have on.
And when you're looking at it, what are you looking at?
Looking at what?
when you look at space and time, what are you looking at? Are you looking at something other than the one thing that's fundamental, or are you looking at the one thing that's fundamental? I mean, you're committed to there being one thing, so I'm just trying to nail you down here. Are we looking at the one thing that's fundamental when we look at space, time, and the objects that we have in common?
The view is actually really simple. So all of reality.
Well, then why can't you answer the questions just real straightforward as a yes or no?
I'm really trying to be straightforward with you, man. You gotta let me talk like a little bit, okay? So all of reality just is a single universal field of consciousness. The activities of this universal field are what you call stuff. That's it. That's the view.
Yeah. So when you look at stuff, you're looking at the fundamental substance, right?
Mm-hmm. But it appears to you in a very specific way. Can I answer your question? It appears to you, you're looking at the fundamental, but it appears to you in a specific way that has been developed by evolution, by natural selection. The way you see the world is not the truthful representation of the ontological nature of reality. It's a representation that led you to be very fit for survival.
So wait, now you're back to talking about my internal perception, and I was talking about the external reality that we call space-time and the objects that inhabit it, that take up space.
No, but what you're calling external reality is not really external, bro. What you're assuming space is external. It's actually out there.
No, I'm saying external in the sense that you have access to it just like I do. It's not inside of my head where I'm the only one who can access it. Remember, that's the distinction I've been making all along between these two categories.
You put the word space in there, right? So we agree that there is a reality that is epistemically external to my mind. Okay. The properties
you agree that there's an appearance of space, right?
The properties of that reality are what's under dispute here, right? You think that reality consists of space, time, and objects. I'm saying it doesn't. I'm saying that reality consists of a single underlying field of consciousness.
But you're saying it has the appearance of space, time, and objects, and that isn't caused by
you. No. That's not what I said. No. It appears to you like space, time, and objects.
How does it appear to you, Alex?
Like space, time, and objects.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that it has that appearance.
No, it does not objectively have that appearance. No.
I didn't say objectively. I'm talking about how it appears to you and me as subjects.
It doesn't have an appearance. The appearance exists as an internal mental representation that you have.
Yes.
It doesn't have an
appearance. But again, can you clarify? Are you talking about, like, if we were talking about the rock in Robin's yard, is that something that evolved in my mind to have an appearance biologically, or is that something that is external about reality that I evolved to be able to experience?
We're not really getting anywhere, Joel. Like, I'm not sure what's not.
Yeah, it is a little disappointing. I really don't feel like the questions got addressed there, but I do appreciate y'all taking them.
It's been addressed. I just don't. Yeah.
All right, I have one more question, one more clarification question, and then I'll let you go, Alex. Thank you. Okay, do you accept, or you follow the Big Bang? Like, are you a Big Banger, or do you have a different cosmological?
Are you asking me, or are you asking Alex, Robin?
Alex. Did I say cool?
Alex. I think that the Big Bang is epistemically true. Yes.
Okay, so. After the Big Bang happened, and all the gravity caused the Earth to spin in a circle and become a planet or whatever, all these words we use and everything, until the first life began to form on this planet, did consciousness exist?
Oh, Alex, are you frozen?
I think maybe he is.
Ah, damn it. You're frozen. He'll come back. Now let him answer that.
That's the only question I have.
I'm not going to speak for Alex, but I mean, I think that is what idealism entails, right?
Well, there's
consciousness is fundamental.
There's different things about idealism. That's what I'm saying. There's there's different
No,
schools.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right. I think one of the defining features is that the fundamental substance of reality is a mental substance. I guess maybe some people would call it consciousness, and some people would hesitate. I don't know.
I don't want to break any. I don't want you to break it down on any of that language. I just want to, I want to use it just as simple as Alex is gone. What about you, Scott?
Yeah. So, the Big Bang is just one model among a lot of different models. So I couldn't say which model is the correct one. I mean, tentatively, I think that the consensus is that from a scientific perspective, the Big Bang model is the one that's more popular. But it doesn't explain what came before it. It doesn't explain the conditions for which it's possible. And
yeah, I know. Like understanding the process of the Big Bang is not really the question I was.
Yeah, it's really relative to anything we can talk about. Like we could talk about my car. Like, does my car exist?
Your car didn't exist before humans. That's the part I'm trying to get to. It's something that was ontologically existed prior to the arousal of consciousness on this planet.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Alex. You can finish.
Yeah. So what you're calling the emergence of life on this planet, under my view, is ultimately just a way of talking about the activities of consciousness. Because under my view, all there is consciousness. And so anything physical is actually mental. So the answer is just yes. It always existed. It always will.
Okay. All right.
But, it made me think that you must think about the Big Bang and whatever happened there in a similar way as you think about space and time and objects that take up space is that they are real in the same sense and for the same reason.
No. So look, man, essentially what I'm trying to tell you, right, is that you have a headset, like a VR headset, that's been tuned by evolution, okay? And it's been tuned not by what is true, but instead the kinds of visual representations, perceptual representations that would make you fit for reproduction and survival. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there's actually been good science done on this. I'd recommend looking into Donald Hoffman. Okay. And basically the conclusion is that everything you perceive, the way you perceive the world, is utterly unlike how it actually is. That includes space, time, and objects. Now, this in no way, shape, or form inhibits some kind of object permanence, such as the rock in Robin's yard. All it's trying to say is that the properties that you would call physical, I would not say that the reality has without you there to observe it.
Okay, but
and so likewise with the Big Bang, I think that it's effective epistemically. Look, I'm here. I can look out into the universe, right? Seemingly, I can get a telescope. I can make cosmological models from those observations, right? And I can tell a story about a hot, dense state evolving into what we can see today. And all of that can be perfectly true and good and pragmatic in a certain context. It's epistemically true. That doesn't make it ontologically true. It's the most epistemically true thing you could say. I mean, I would just say whatever, the consensus is like the most epistemically prudent thing to say, but that doesn't make it ontologically true.
Are you saying that it might not have happened, but if we have good enough reasons to think it might have happened? Is that what you mean when you make that distinction?
What I'm saying is,
can you make it clear what you mean?
What I'm saying is that there are different contexts, right? There's the ontological story that I want to tell, and then there are epistemic stories that we can tell. And one does not necessarily imply the other. And so something can be true in a certain context. And the context the Big Bang is true in is the world as it appears to our sense perceptions. So in the context of the world as it appears to our sense perceptions as humans, the Big Bang is true. It's the best way to describe the way the world looks and behaves from that finite point of view.
Yeah, but that is to say that you think it likely happened prior to, all of this.
That is to say that in the context of the world as it appears to our sense perceptions, the Big Bang is true. But outside of that,
That's the context. Yeah, wait, outside? What do you mean outside?
Yeah, outside of that context would be like, is it objectively true?
Outside of the context of the world?
No, outside of the context of the world as it appears to our senses.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know how you get outside of that.
Yeah,
Scott, I'm gonna go. Alex, thanks. Joel.
Okay, Robin. We'll see you later.
Yeah. Thank you, Robin. Good to talk to you.
You too.
I should probably go too. I should probably go. I've been on here talking to you guys for a while. I appreciate y'all taking my questions and everything.
Cool.
All
right.
And we'll talk again, I'm sure.
Yeah, we can talk again, man.
Yeah, man. It takes time. These are not, easy concepts for folks to just get with, especially if you're coming from a different framework, Yeah,
well, my attempt today was to come to you with something that didn't need to assume any framework. I thought that I made the distinctions between the categories based on, qualities that didn't need anybody to, assert any ontology, or metaphysics. And just, I
guess
understand.
we failed, Joel. We failed you, man. We didn't convince you. Your framework still, your neutral.
I think the best
framework still stands.
The best I got was the assumption that these two categories must be the same kind of stuff. Seemed to be that it was more parsimonious, and we've talked about parsimony so many times, and I've let you know some of my disagreement. One of the main things is that I think ultimately how parsimonious something seems to us is going to be subjective and not something that we can really point out in the world to other people.
Right. Parsimony, like I said before, I always try to repeat this. Parsimony is a virtue. It's a virtue. It's we're just peacocking a virtue. So it's not that we're using it to establish some capital T truth. It's just that if you're going to explore a model, then you should try to use a certain set of standards. And one of the standards that at least me and Alex agree on is parsimony is one of those virtues. Now, in real life, when it comes to real things, we know that oftentimes, if not always the case, that it's very rarely parsimonious. Like if somebody had to describe how air really works to somebody 2,000 years ago, you would have to start talking about trillions and gazillions of air molecules and things like that. That's not very parsimonious.
Yeah, and you would undoubtedly be going up against ideas that were simpler, right? That people at the time probably had simpler ideas that were false. But
like God,
what I was trying to say,
like the idea of God could be this, like most people dismiss God because he's not parsimonious. Why is God not a parsimonious explanation? Because he's infinite. He's infinite love, infinite this, infinite that. All of these things. He's a person. He's got all these qualities, and people reject it. Why? Because it's not parsimonious. It's unnecessary.
Well, except for theists who will tell you that it is the most parsimonious view. So you see what I'm saying about the self-subjectivity of the analysis is that I've never heard anybody say, hey, this is the view that I take. I know it's not the most parsimonious view. Instead, what you hear people say is, it's my view that's the most parsimonious one. and that's pretty consistent. So
duality,
which is why I spent so much time establishing an epistemic foundation, because it is from that epistemic foundation that you can actually objectively talk of. If we agree to the first two axioms, or not axioms, but like premises, right?
Yeah.
And then you want to add like 2 or 3 more on top of that, then I can just objectively say, look, in my views, way more parsimonious. We started at the same place. We agreed up until this point, and then this is where, we broke.
But see, that's where it appears to me that you're trying to build a case for an ontological conclusion about reality based on the foundation of what you're most certain of, which was the critique that I was giving you. You said that wasn't what you were doing, but
any other way to do it.
But again, well, there you go. There you go. That's the problem. Is that I think there's a mistake in reasoning there, where you're treating something as if it's. Well, let me just finish this thought. I think you're treating something as if it's support for a conclusion, and it's not really support for that conclusion. So it doesn't matter whether I have a better way to do it. All that matters is that you're.
Okay. So look, I was advocating.
Are you saying I need a better? Are you suggesting I need a better way to do it in order to disprove you? Otherwise, your thing stands unless I have a better way.
The point is, there is no other way that is better. So you're saying there's something.
No, I have another way. I have another way.
Holy shit, Joel! Let him finish.
Really, all you're saying is that you want to be a quietist on metaphysics, but you don't actually want to be a quietist. You want to be a physicalist. So which one is it, right? So what is the better way?
I'm not familiar with the term quietist.
What is the better way?
The better way to establish an ontological theory.
Yeah, how
is what you're asking?
Yeah, how do you establish it? Yeah.
I think you say, here are the things that I'm experiencing, and to some extent they're real in one way or another. And if I can figure out what each one of them depends on in order to exist, then I can start to put them in that order. But I'm adamantly against the claim or the idea that you could tell what was ultimately fundamental to anything. So I just don't make claims about that.
Do you think that breaks from literally what I was trying to get you to walk with me on earlier? You literally just described the exact process that I walked you through. Right? We start with most obvious, right? Which are the experiences.
Well, I didn't. Yeah, what I said was I start by looking around and seeing the things that I'm experiencing. And I'm not just experiencing my own consciousness. I'm experiencing other minds, and I'm experiencing what appear to be non-minded objects. Well, that's what. But you're conflating what I said with what you said, and I'm saying this is the difference.
Think you're just kind of. I don't know if you're like being dishonest on purpose, but it's okay. Look, let's just put a pin in it. We can cross.
Okay, that's fine.
Another time.
Yeah, no, I don't want to frustrate you or anything. I enjoy these conversations. Scott can tell you we get in here and argue all day long, and I keep coming back for more because I guess I'm a glutton for this kind of meal here. Yeah, this kind of buffet. Just dig in.
We're going to do it again.
Right. I know. All right, Scott. Well, hey, y'all have a happy weekend.
Yeah, you too, man.
You soon.
All right,
you got it, man.
And all right,
later on, guys. And yeah, man, S Cage Woodworking. A lot of these folks are saying a lot of stuff in the live chat, but they won't call in to really stop whining in the live chat. He says simpler idea, they're strong physical, nowhere to be found physically. Simpler in ideas as the materialists mentioned as immaterial. Those are concepts, exactly. And when you just add these concepts on top of, you're just adding abstraction on top of what we know, you're losing parsimony at every step.
I'm calling out Exy Music to the stage. Exy Music, please report to the stage. You've been talking shit about me for like 3 hours in the comments, bro.
Yep, I saw that. He's talking about, you don't know, you're an expert at nothing and talking about everything. And yeah. He'll never call in though. I've invited him so every time I've done a live
Fraser
chat.
is asking. You
How do we call in? Yeah, I just put the link and I'll put it in again. Yeah, just hit the link, man.
Yeah, look, if you're not pissing anybody off, you're not doing something right.
That's right.
So
that's the whole thing.
I expect to have haters. But I just also expect, like, if you're gonna hate, like, don't just hate from afar. Get in my face with it, bro. Like, bring it.
And the other thing is, don't parrot the straw man's. Like, really engage though with the view. Don't like, because it's easy to reframe a view in a way that you know you can defeat it and then burn it down. You know, that's anybody can do that. You know, why don't you just engage what's really being said and do that? That would probably be better. But yeah, Fraser, come on through, man. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, if anybody on the TikTok side here, I'll drop the link right here, actually. If you want to call in, you're welcome to. This is the link. Just copy this link, paste it into a browser. It'll bring you right to us. We'll put you up on stage. You don't have to show your camera if you don't want to. You can do voice only or whatever.
And this has been really great, man. I've been
Cosmic Man, if you want to like pop over here, you're welcome to as well. Cosmic Man is awesome.
Yeah, man. And guys, like and subscribe to the channel. That way you can get in on it every Saturday, man. We always have conversations like this. And I really do. I want to get to that interview with Michael Levin. And I think he said Alex O'Connor, right? That'd be fucking great, man.
What are you talking about? Who's
yeah, I think yeah, Mr. Biscuit Speaks said that Alex O'Connor didn't. Yeah, I didn't see that.
I don't know. That would be an interesting interview. Michael Levin's an interesting character.
Yeah. Unibrow. I don't think I have the mental energy to properly have these type of discussions right now. Oh, damn.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Oh, well. Well, damn, if nobody calls in, we'll give it a minute. If nobody really jumps in, I'm not sure what else we can speak on that hasn't already been spoken on.
Yeah, no worries. We've been up for a while anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, man, in the future, if you want to come on, we do it every Saturday at noon. Please jump on in. We love it. Hell yeah. And your friend there, what was it? The physics guy, physics skater, skate physics or something. He's pretty cool.
Skate something.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah. As soon as I said XE Music calling you to the stage, I'm just looking back through the comment.
Yeah.
He left. Bike ride time later. Like, okay. Convenient timing.
How convenient.
Oh, somebody said, what is the prompt on the left? It says, consciousness emerging from matter is magical thinking.
Yeah.
The Alex K quote, materialism is cooked. Nice. What's up, Cafe?
Cafe, call in, man. I haven't talked to you in a minute. And Orlando, man, we need to talk. You can call in if you have a chance. I know you're just getting back. He says, hey, you guys know about George Berkeley and Samuel Johnson? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm. George Berkeley? Is that Bishop Berkeley?
I don't think so. I think that's Barkley. I don't know.
Is Bishop Berkeley's first name George?
Not sure. Maybe we can look that up. Because he's like a theist, right?
Yeah, Berkeley was a theist. Somebody said I had a conversation with a guy the other day. He was telling me emergent is a science. Yeah, it's a science, bro. He was not lying to you. It's definitely true that that's scientifically proven. Just kidding. It's clearly not, but it sounds
Orlando.
How's it going, man? You all right? Yeah?
What up, boy? I ain't seen you in a minute.
Not too bad. Listen, I'm in the toilet right now, so I'm going to have to get on with washing up. But yeah, I was going to say, you guys must have heard of George Berkeley, and I think you pronounce it Berkeley because he was Irish.
Oh, okay, Berkeley and
Samuel
Idealism,
Johnson. Yeah, so Samuel Johnson, I think he was the inventor of the first English dictionary or something like that. And he was very much a materialist. And George Berkeley, he was a bishop, and basically he was an idealist. They called it immaterialism back then, but it's now known as subjective idealism.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, he had a debate with Samuel Johnson. He said, all you have evidence for is mental stuff, nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
So Samuel Johnson famously kicked a stone, and he turned around to George Berkeley and he said, I refute it thus.
Yeah.
But the thing is, to anyone that was watching, he didn't really refute anything. All he proved was further evidence of mentation.
Affirmed it. Yeah,
he confirmed it, because all anyone could see was him visually kicking the stone, and I'm pretty sure he felt the sensation of kicking the stone. So it's mentation upon mentation, and then also the sound of kicking a stone. So there is only evidence of mentation. So Berkeley, people said he failed to refute Berkeley's immaterialism, and basically for Berkeley, his subjective idealism is pretty much saying that everything exists in the imagination of God. It's all a mental construct, and it's all in the mind of God. So I mean, I know it's a bit religious, but today we would probably say it's just consciousness, and all phenomenology emerges from consciousness. It's just one field taking shape, creating all these appearances, but it's all based on consciousness, basically. It's like what Kastrup says. It's a mental medium, and then it moves and it creates shapes. You know, you have to come up with what do you call it, analogies like that. But analogies can only take you so far. But you have to create some kind of model that points to something real. And and the thing is, the only thing that can't possibly be an illusion, you can be mistaken about any mental appearance. You know, you could see a rope on the floor and mistake it for a snake. You know, just that when you first see it on the floor, you might think, oh my God, it's a snake. And then you take a look at it twice and realize it's only a rope. But you can never be mistaken about being conscious. You can never be mistaken about thinking. You can't say that you think that you're thinking, but you're not really thinking, because it doesn't really make sense. So it's I think sometimes people like Daniel Dennett, he was an illuminativist. He was so clever that he talked himself into an absurdity, because it just didn't make sense. If you say that consciousness is an illusion, you're practically saying that it doesn't exist, which doesn't make sense, really. So
because you need the prerequisite to doubt is to be conscious of the doubt. But,
there is a name for that, for the condition of intelligent people talking themselves into absurdities. I can't remember the name, but Daniel Dennett was definitely a clear example of it. You know, because all it takes is for the common person to say, that's absurd. I'm conscious, and that's it, and that's that. You know, that's enough evidence. You can't be mistaken of it. It's the same thing with the Matrix, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, no one can tell Neo you're not really conscious. You're just Neo about
you're not conscious. You're in the Matrix.
You're in the Matrix. Yeah. You can lie to Neo about the dream world, but you can't lie to Neo about him being conscious, about perceiving things, and that's it in a nutshell.
Hey, TK, glad you could join us, man.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
How are you doing?
Yeah. Good. Very excited. Excited, interesting conversation listening on, so thanks for letting me in.
I'm just going to turn my camera off, and I'm going to move into the kitchen. But I'll be right back. I'm with you. I'm listening.
No worries, Arlindo. TK, where are you from? And tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm from Sacramento. and I'm curious mind, like a lot of us here, learner, and I believe with what I know. So I'm more agnostic as opposed to agnostic. If you believe, when something that has some roots in reality, it's welcome, and when it's something is doesn't have connection to reality, just let it be. It's not for me.
Mm-hmm. And what is your model of reality, or do you have one?
There's different types that I subscribe to, and recently Baudrillard dissimulation, stages of simulation has been more fascinating.
Dissimulation?
The dissimulation theory by Baudrillard, the French theorist. And with that, I think it reflects onto depth and reality. He explores 4 levels of simulacra, the simulacra and the simulation. So, so I think this applies inside the mind as well into the media, the TVs and the outside world. So there's layers of mind, layers from awareness to consciousness to perception. I believe perception is a construct, that we can, build our consciousness based on the unconscious, subconscious, but at the end we have duality, we have responsibility to build a construct or perception.
I agree to that a lot. Like, is that the theory where it's the act of concealing or say like disguising your genuine thoughts, feelings, or motivations behind sort of like a false appearance or story?
Yeah, sort of. He specified 4 layers of stages of simulacra. First one is in the media, that it's just being fake, people being fake. And then story that has no aspect in the reality, and it's complete fiction. With complete fiction.
You know why I love that theory? And the reason why is I struggle, and I talk a lot about the problem of free will, because the thing is, like, logically, it seems like ultimate free will is a square circle. It's just kind of illogical. Like, I exist in a context, like I have a past, priors that create who I am. But every day I make choices. Every day so I can talk about not really believing in free will, but then my behavior kind of like betrays me because I'm looking both ways when I cross the street. I'm making choices every day. And so, yeah, it kind of brings up a good point there that sometimes our behavior betrays what we talk about.
Yes, I think our behavior comes from choices or decisions, in the way our choices, if we're in a pleasing mode as opposed to peaceful mode, we're just following through and taking the next choice without using discernment. But if we use peace and pay attention to things, then we can do things more decisively, more based on decision, resisting temptation, and with discipline. So I think this is like starting point is, am I making choices or am I making decisions? Decisions comes with suffering, comes with pain, comes with saying no. Choices is just interested in physical, being pleased, being pleasing, being in sync with the outside. So there's layers, distinctions, I think, in the mind, but I think it's also start in how you physically, mentally define the word will. So people use it could end up like a catchword, free will, and means at the end has nothing. For me, free will would, when I use a word, I try to, English is not my first language, is why I go back to etymology and start from there of what is will mean. Will means helm. It's what's in the head. So that's
right.
So
what is your thought on idealism so far when you followed this conversation based on saying that? What did you think about our arguments for idealism?
Hey guys, real quick, I got to drop down, but it's been good.
Okay, Alex, man, thank you so much for joining, brother.
Yeah, man. See you guys.
So idealism brings creativity to life. Without ideas, I have even spectrum of realism or of things. So it's also in spectrum. And at the end, there's idealism. I think we could start with truth, then realism, and then idealism. Idealism is, we need that in order to create a new reality, throw two truths together and then see what comes up. And what comes up usually is an idea, projection. So ideas are, of course they could be far-fetched, but then you could have a whole domain based on, science fiction, that we can travel planets, So yeah, that's a science fiction.
Well, the basis for the view that we hold, which is more like metaphysical idealism, is the number one, the starting point of our epistemology is the real thing that we know is that we experience an existence. So even if you doubted you were conscious, you would have to be conscious to have that doubt, So you have to start with something in order to build any sort of model of reality, so to speak. And so that's kind of where we start. What do you think, Arlindo? Or he's a little busy.
Yeah, sorry, my mum just came in, just interrupted. Yeah,
okay.
I was going to say, I think idealism is the most parsimonious view, really. Epistemologically speaking, you have to start from consciousness, and then you extrapolate from that to the point where you can come up with, it's feasible, right? In order to describe reality and be parsimonious at the same time, you can come up with a dual aspect monism within idealism, as opposed to a dual substance monism or dualism, I'd have to say, really. So if you assume that there is such a thing as matter apart from mind, then you have to posit that there is something outside of mind, but then you can't confirm it because you have to use your mind to confirm its existence, and then it exists in your mind, so that becomes a mentation. So you have to assume that consciousness is the noumenon, and the phenomenology is the phenomenon.
Right.
So materialism begins to assume more things than it can prove. So it goes against the natural direction of inference. Usually in science, we say we infer things from the known. So we infer the unknown from the known. That's how we construct theories. But materialism is actually anti-scientific because it says there is an unknown already out there from which you derive what you absolutely know for sure is the case. Consciousness is the brute fact of reality. So it smuggles in some abstraction called the material, which we can't confirm for sure that it exists. And then it says, and by the way, that which we cannot confirm also creates minds. Yeah, right. So it's inferring something that we can't confirm, and then it says, oh, at some point in the future, we'll prove that it actually exists. And by the way, not only does it exist beyond the mind, but it also creates minds, and we don't know how it does it, but we make a promise that it's definitely going to be that. Well, that's anti-scientific. This
we
is
had
why
a scientist on, Arlindo, and I really wish you were there so you could jump in and help me with this, because one thing that he was saying was that the thing is, if it can't be measured and verified, it's meaningless. It's a principle in science we call the verification principle. So idealism fails. So then I asked him, well, how do you verify that? And he was like,
using the mind.
I don't understand. I'm like, how do you verify the very principle of the verification principle?
Yeah.
And he just didn't really have an answer. But that's kind of the problem you're pointing to,
Yeah. You know something? I think, just very quickly, I think sometimes people get confused about the meaning of real, what it means to be real. And I think some people think the word real is only applicable to things which appear to be materially real that other people can confirm. So when it comes to things like love, those people like Matt Dillahunty, for example, they tend to say, well, it's just oxytocin. It's just molecules.
But the thing is, that's not the same thing. There's a real quality to liking someone, to loving someone, or to loving an object or a person. There is something there which isn't captured by, what we see on our screen of perception. When we see the icons moving and we say those are molecules that make up something material.
This is why I like
the story. Yeah, it's not the full story. There's a feeling there which is real but can't be measured. So perhaps we should extend the meaning of real to things that we can't measure with a ruler, so to speak, but we can feel it. It's a first-person ontology, and it's undeniable. And,
Go ahead,
they can say it's an illusion as much as they want, but it's something real. I'll tell you something. You know the inventor of the EEG, Hans Berger.
Yes.
Right. Hans Berger. The real reason why he invented the EEG was because he had a moment of telepathy. So basically, he enlisted with the cavalry in Germany, right? And during a military exercise, his horse reared, and if he fell on the path of a cannon, a horse-drawn cannon, and the guy controlling the artillery battery, he halted in time because the wheel of the cannon was about to crush his head. And in that moment, Hans Berger thought he was going to die, and he thought of his family and his sister. Now, miles away from there, his sister felt a sense of dread, and she thought her brother was in mortal danger. So she asked her father, please send him a telegram, because I think something is happening. I have this weird feeling. So the father sent a telegram, and it was time-stamped, and it coincided around the time when he had his near-death experience, not in the sense of, out of body, but almost dying.
My mom does that all the time. My mom, like when my grandma died, she woke up and started crying and screaming, and she said, let's just call. I got to call. My sister called and found out her mother died just moments before. And then one time I was in Germany, when I was living in Germany, I was jumped by 3 or 4 guys and beaten up. And at that particular time, she started having all these reactions, and she was crying for no reason. She said, I know Scott's in trouble. And I came home, he had all these bumps, and she goes, oh, I was so worried about you. What happened? I can see you've got injuries. Oh my God, I knew something had happened. It's like that mother connection was there, and it really couldn't be explained. So I understand the kind of stuff you're talking about. Anyways, TK, you wanted to jump in and say something. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Arlindo mentioned that makes a lot of sense. And I wanted to highlight, the confusion. Go back to etymology. I find it very useful to answer things, because etymology traces the word. So, for example, the word love is traced to the leaving, the self-leaving, and similar to believe. When you believe of something, your self leaves into it. Another word related to it is alif, which is if you're standing on the balcony, try to put with yourself out. The balcony is safe, but you cannot do it. Alif is you cannot jump. You cannot. Your mind, yourself, cannot stretch outside of yourself. So so with that, to me, yes, there's oxytocin. Yes, there's symptoms, but the effect of love is the idea of the brain thinking about that person leaving, initiating. From the soul, so your soul is trained to initiate that spirit and go. So, so with that, you can relate it to other things. So, you covered a lot of points. So I lost track with other points.
Yeah, I mean, Hans Berger, he was very much a science guy. He actually enlisted. He actually enrolled in the University of Jena to be a mathematician, and he wanted to be an astronomer. But when he joined the cavalry, and after that experience, he was absolutely convinced it wasn't a coincidence. He was absolutely convinced that there's many things that we don't know about the universe, and he thought that the mind extended beyond the brain. So it doesn't matter how much space there is between two people, because even space itself is just a mentation. You know,
yes, non-local.
I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
So I think it's important if you let me speak to that. Do you mind? Sorry.
Yeah. And then he decided to measure the brain. So he came up with the technique. He was a precursor to the EEG, electroencephalogram. I think he coined the term electroencephalography or something. And he showed people that you can measure electrical activity in the brain from the surface of the head. And he thought, if I measure the electrical activity in the brain, it's going to tell me something about the electrical fields beyond the head. And although he couldn't prove it at the time, there's now research being done. And there's a guy who has now worked with Michael Levin, and he's also worked with the late Michael Persinger, who was also studying, because Michael Persinger believed that you could entangle minds. So if you imagine quantum entanglement, you know, you make two particles make contact and then you separate them. Yeah, no matter how far apart, if you measure one, if you affect one, you simultaneously affect the other. Now, if you imagine twins, for example, or siblings that have shared a womb, you can sort of imagine that that's a kind of anthropic entanglement, and then they are born and they go their separate ways, but they're somehow connected. So there's like a mental entanglement. So that's not so far-fetched to to come up with that, to hypothesize. Yeah. So we're all living. It's like we're all living 8 billion brains on the same planet, living within the same geomagnetic field.
It's like a collective field, an intersubjective field. Go ahead, TK.
Yeah. It's all non-realistic, and it's all electrical. You know, if it's not in the brain, and just because the duality, you know, people start talking about duality a couple hundred years ago, doesn't mean it's correct. You know, there's brain signal, there's dopamine. Dopamine is the search algorithm in the brain to find the solution. So we have the dopamine sitting, and electrical is flowing. When we can think, when we have a clear brain, the dopamine goes and enables the search for the solution. So it does two-way searching for answers. And when dopamine is low, you cannot think, you cannot come up with it. So it's all pathways of the brain and electrical path. And to answer your question or your point about the consciousness connected, the brain has two states. It has the relaxed state, which is open, and closed state, which is the focus state. Focus is good, but then sometimes focus would be tied into tenseness in the body and tenseness, and that's sourced from the amygdala. The amygdala is in the lower part, connected to our main parts, and they found it's enlarged at for people under a lot of stress in life. They find their amygdala is enlarged. So so just because we don't know, facts, or we don't know attributes of the facts, doesn't mean like we're all connected, and that's what religion plays on. Actually, there's three actual paths in the brain. This part here is the motor and sensor, and they connect to the body. This part here connects to the face, and the last part here, it connects just to the core of the body, which is, so when you're thinking with your head, you're thinking around here. It affects your core, it affects your body. And it's actually proven. There's a recent white paper around the speaking brain. This is when we're thinking. It's the fora brain. When we start talking, this area stops and this area start talking, because this area is connected.
It's the system,
to the face. And if you have a stroke here, the voices in your head stops. You still can hear because the Warniak area is listening to it, but but you don't hear yourself talking because you got a stroke on this part. So it's all physical. Even there's somebody was under surgery. They found a Monica Lewinsky neuron. Every time they were showing her Monica Lewinsky, that neuron in her head was pulsing. They take out the
Bill
picture.
Clinton must have had it tenfold then. Bill Clinton, he must have had it tenfold, that neuron.
Yeah, whatever
Must have been well
but
emphasized.
there is a known fact of Monica Lewinsky neuron in a person under surgery.
Entangled, yeah.
And
Yeah,
there were talk earlier about a triangle. Well, the brain doesn't have the same mapping. It's it's scrambled in the brain. So they know the area where it comes, but each eye goes to a different. Each dot in the eye, it goes to a different part in the brain. But they found a real distinction. The brain can see corners and lines. Like for example, there is a famous cat under surgery. They put a line in front of it. That neuron start blinking. They move the line somewhere else. It's on YouTube. Another brain-eye connection. Another brain-eye connection. So it's all electrical, and electrical is not visible because it's one of this uncertain. When you try to measure it, it changes the path and it's messes.
You only see it if there are photons coming off of the electrons or the atoms. Yeah, that's why we see lightning, isn't it? You get the friction of the atoms. The electrons get ripped from the atoms. It creates a channel, and then you get the photons, and then we see the lightning. But if the photons weren't ripped from the electrons,
but I think Elon Musk and his neuron company, they can speak about it because they're interacting with neuron and they're trying to connect to the brain. But and
look, guys, I gotta jump off of here. Got to do some stuff.
Nice
But
to
it's been a great.
Nice to meet you, TK.
you
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, TK. Thanks for jumping on, Arlindo. You guys,
No problem.
I appreciate it.
I'm going to get on with the washing up now, but yeah, it's been nice.
Yeah, brother, no problem, man. We'll do it again next week.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I'll try and join. I'll see what I'm doing, but yeah.
Yeah,
Good catching up with you.
No problem,
Yeah.
brother. Have a good one, man.
Take care. Yeah, have a good weekend.
Yes, sir.
Cheers.
All right,
Thanks,
guys. So I am out, and thanks for all the participation. And until next Saturday, we'll see you then.